As usual, we are gathered here today to listen to another dispensation of the Lord Buddha's teaching. On this occasion, let us take a moment to remind ourselves that the reason we have this precious Dhamma is because of the Master, it is because of our teacher, it is because of the Lord Buddha. It is because he sacrificed himself over many eons, dedicating himself to the noble path of liberation. And having discovered the Dhamma for himself, he expounded that teaching for the liberation of all sentient beings. And as a result of that, you and I are today able to free ourselves from the shackles of samsara. And therefore, with much gratitude in our hearts and in our minds, let us all, before we commence, take a moment to pay homage to the supremely enlightened Gautama Lord Buddha. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. And also, before we commence, as usual, let us take a moment to observe the precepts. And as I always remind you, please bear in mind that yet again we are finding ourselves in a situation where we are having to observe these precepts. Having taken a vow to abide by these precepts, there might have been occasions in which the defilements in your minds took the better of you, and as a result, perhaps there were occasions on which you were not able to restrain yourself. So, in the hope and determination and wish and resolve that may this have to be the last time I have to observe these precepts, may the virtue entailed within these precepts be part and parcel of my conscience, be part of the very fabric of who I am. With that resolve in mind, let us take a moment for the precepts, and in order to do so, I request you all to recite together and after me. Buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Dhammaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Saṅghaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Dutiyampi buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Dutiyampi dhammāṃ saranang gacchāmi, Dutiyampi saṅghaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Tatiyampi buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Tatiyampi dhammaṃ saranang gacchāmi, Tatiyampi saṅghaṃ saranang gacchāmi. Saranagamanaṃ sampunnaṃ. Pānātipātā vēramaṇī sikkhapaдаṃ samādhiyāmi. Adinādānā vēramaṇī sikkhapaдаṃ samādhiyāmi. Kāmesu micchāchārā vēramaṇī sikkhapadaṃ samādhiyāmi. Musāvādā vēramaṇī sikkhapadaṃ samādhiyāmi. Surāmera majjapamā daṭṭhānā vēramaṇī sikkhapadaṃ samādhiyāmi. Tisaranena saddhiṃ pañcasīlaṃ dhammaṃ sādhukaṃ surakkitaṃ kattvā appamādena sampādetabbam. Okay, you may now all be seated. most venerable members of the Mahasangha, members of the audience, as well as those who are joining us online. Before we commence this sermon, let us all take a moment to show our gratitude to all those beings who we will have come past in samsara, all those beings who will have most certainly been mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, nephews, nieces, grandparents, brothers, sisters, and fellow beings, teachers, and so on and so forth. Anyone and everyone who might have touched our lives in a positive way and helped us become the better people that we are today compared to who we used to be. This is our opportunity to repay the debts that we owed them by offering them the gift that excels all gifts, and that is the gift of. Therefore, let us take a moment to invite all the devas, brahmas, spirits, demons, and the dead, wherever they may be in this 10,000 world systems, as we are about to expound the Buddha's teaching in an environment where there is ample opportunity to accrue merit. Let us invite them to join us and witness this meritorious deed, and such that they may be able to acquire such merits, which may help them to redeem themselves from many woeful planes in which they may have been born today, and to be born in the blissful plane, as well as for them to be able to listen to this teaching, understand it, comprehend it, and to be able to redeem themselves from samsara once and for all. So with that hope and resolve and determination in mind, let us all take a moment to invite them. So as I now make that invitation, I request you all to extend that invitation in your hearts and in your minds out to all those sentient beings, wherever they may be. May they witness this meritorious deed, may they listen to this teaching, and may they attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Samanta Chakravalesu Atra Gachantu Devata Sadhammam Munirajasanta Sunantu Sagga Mokkhadan Dhamma savana kalo ayang bhadanta Dhamma savana kalo ayang bhadanta Dhamma savana kalo ayang bhadanta. And also before we commence, let's all take a moment to acknowledge that as a result of the Dhamma touching our lives have changed beyond our wildest imagination. Think for a moment about who you used to be in this life alone. Now consider what kind of person you might have been in this infinitely long journey in samsara without having had the association of moral and noble people, and left alone with associations with immoral, ignoble people who defiled our minds with raga, dvesha, moha, and having been blinded with ignorance and attachment, avidya and tanha, countless and innumerable will be the times where we will have offended, abused, slandered and desecrated the noble ones, the Samma Sambuddhas, the Pacheka Buddhas, Arahatta Buddhas, Anagamis, Sakradagamis, Sotapannas, be they on the path or having attained the fruits, as well as the Buddha's ministry, the Sambuddha Shasana. Any words, actions or thoughts that we might have directed towards them with such intention, either knowingly or unknowingly, may today block and hinder our progress in the Dhamma. And therefore, before we commence listening to this sermon, let us all take a moment to humbly seek their forgiveness for any words, thoughts or actions of abuse, slander and desecration that we might have directed towards them in this infinitely long journey in samsara. And finally, let us all make a firm resolve that may through the course of this sermon, if there are any gaps in your understanding which have thus far kept you from achieving the noble attainments, may those gaps be addressed, may those points be mentioned and discussed during this sermon. And if there are any among you who will have already attained the state of Sotapanna, may through the course of this sermon, you be able to the subsequent stages and to be able to attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. So with that firm resolve and determination in mind, I invite you all to prepare yourselves to listen to this preaching. Okay. Whenever we want to do something in our lives, there are some core disciplines which help us get where we want to get to. If we don't have the fundamentals right, if we don't work on the basics day in, day out, this journey can be quite arduous. This journey can be quite challenging, quite difficult. But for those who follow the path that has been taught, I wouldn't say it's a walk in the park, but at least you can be assured that you will achieve the result that you seek. Why? Because that is the guarantee that has been placed in front of us. We have a guarantee that has been set in stone. Solid guarantee. If you follow the path, ladies and gentlemen, you will achieve the results. Easier said than done, right? You know, the path to Nibbana is like running the marathon. This is not 100 meters. It's like running the marathon. To run the marathon, you need resilience. And you need stamina. You need the guts and the courage to keep you going, even when the times are tough. When the winds of misfortune come your way, you must be able to be unruffled. Because I know, having spoken to you and having lived a very similar life to yours, you will all have obstacles and you will all have challenges. These obstacles will come in every shape and form. That could be at home with your family. It could be at the workplace. It could be when you go shopping. It could be with your relatives, neighbors, sometimes your spouses. Sometimes you may have to do things that you don't really want to. Some of these challenges will really put your integrity to the test. It will check how suitable you are to walk this path. The challenges that you will have to face will help you determine, are you really cut out for this kind of thing? If you ask me, I'm more interested in what walking this path will help me become than getting to the destination. Did you understand what I just said? Whether I get to my destination or not is really not down to me. That will happen when it happens. If you want to boil a pot of water, you don't know when it's going to happen. All you can do is keep adding heat. Provided you've got water and you keep adding heat, at some point it will start boiling. That's your end goal. And when it comes to Nibbana, well, Nirvana is your end goal. But what matters really, and this is my personal reflection, is not really if I get to my end goal or not. It's more about who I become in the process of getting there. That's how I test myself. I ask myself every day, am I the same person I was yesterday? Today I want to give you some practical advice about how you can apply the Dhamma into your lives. Living the kind of life you do, with all the duties, responsibilities that come as part and parcel of it, you actually have ample opportunity to test yourself. Because you're out in the battlefield, more so than I am. You come for your training once a week, and then you're back out in the battlefield the rest of the week. Actually, I have less of an opportunity than you do to test out my fighting skills. You have it all the time. Because I actually live with a lot of like-minded people. Whereas you, the people that you come across in life are very diverse. Right? Think about the workplace. One problem. If you ask 10 people, they'll all look at it in very different ways. Even in the family. Still a husband and wife agree without compromise on handling the same problem in the same way. You're all experts in married life, most of you. Went to the gig and bought the t-shirt, yeah? Bought the album? Experts in married life. So you should know, without compromise, to arrive at the same solution from all angles is unimaginably difficult. It probably never will happen. So this is why they say, particularly counselors, when you go seeking counseling for marriage and things like that, compromise is the name of the game. What is the path to happy married life? Compromise. What does compromise mean? Being flexible. Being willing to accommodate another person's opinions, a person's perspective. And is that easy? Oh, now we are talking. Chances are you didn't know what you were signing up to. Signed up for it. And then since then, you've been trying to find happiness, and that happiness has taught you, or the path to happiness has taught you, hey, this is all about making compromises. The more compromises I'm able to make, and I'm willing to make, in other words, the more you are able to let go. The Buddha was right all along. Letting go is the path to happiness. That is what a compromise is. To be able to let go. You're willing to be flexible in the face of differing views and opinions. So I'll talk to you about some practical advice today. Because I understand, as I said, whereas I get to live with very like-minded people on a day-to-day basis, you on the other hand have very differing opinions and views and perspectives in every scenario that you find yourself. I only find myself in one scenario. Lest I have to go out and meet someone. Otherwise, that is much less than it used to be. So I'm lucky, even more lucky than I used to be. But, on the other hand, sometimes I think to myself, perhaps I don't have as many opportunities like I used to test myself, put myself to the test. That you have ample of, in ample quantity. So how do you face these situations? How do you apply the Dhamma in such situations? Compromise is the name of the game. But compromise without the Dhamma, without an understanding of the Dhamma, is sacrifice. Compromise, take away an understanding of the Dhamma, is what? Sacrifice. Who are you serving? yourself. If you have no understanding of the Dhamma and you have to make a compromise, that's called a sacrifice. Have you heard the expression, Buddhism is a way of life? A lot of people describe it that way, don't they? That's how Buddhist philosophy was first introduced to me. They said it's not a religion, but it's a way of life. And there is truth to that. Because after all, if you haven't learned to live happy, you won't die happy. If you haven't learned the art of living happily, I'll tell you, you won't die happily. Because only a man or woman who has learned to live happily is someone who can die happily. And happiness comes in being able to let go. It doesn't come in making sacrifices. Sacrifice is painful. I'm not talking about physical sacrifices, right? This is not cutting someone's head off on the altar. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is, you're not willing to let go, but you have to. You're not willing to change, but the circumstances make you. Then it's not fun. Just think about the workplace. How many times are you forced to do things, and sometimes, you really don't have a choice about it. You have to do it. Because there's no other way. If you want to keep your job, then there's no other way. You have to succumb to what has been asked of you. Family life is not a lot different. If you want your family to last, if you want your spouse to be with you, then you have to learn to make, I suppose, sacrifices more than compromises. So when these challenges come your way, I really want you to be able to apply the Dhamma. Because the better you become at applying the Dhamma and the principles and the philosophy of the teaching in situations, it becomes less of a sacrifice. And it becomes more of a compromise. A compromise that's not painful. A compromise where either one works okay for you. It's not black or white, it's either. Whatever you wish, whatever you fancy. Because the day that comes where you're able to respond to such challenges in that way, I don't care which you pick, that's where you'll find happiness. Where shall we go out for dinner tonight? Is it Indian or Chinese? The day you are able to say, darling, I really don't care which. Whatever you like, let's go there. Because to me, I'm not fussed. Whatever makes you happy, I'm happy with that. The day you're able to say that genuinely, because when you're not saying it genuinely, you want to go to the Chinese. But your answer reflects more what has to be said, given the senses, more than how you actually feel inside. Because when there's disparity between what is being said and what is being felt, that's sacrifice. Psychological sacrifice. And that leads to a lot of tension, leads to a lot of stress. Stress that keeps building up on the inside. And one day the last straw is going to break the camel's back. It's only a matter of time. Because all of these are points of pressure rather than points of pleasure. These points of pressure keep adding up. How many sacrifices can you make? Until one day you say, you know what, that's it. This marriage is not making me happy. It's not working out for us. And there's an easy get out clause. It's not you, it's me. When you actually mean, come on, right? If it's not you and it's me, then why didn't you change yourself in the first place? When you actually mean, it's not me, it's you. You ain't changing the way I want you to, so this marriage isn't working out. Let's call it a day. Sacrifices. Without the Dhamma, you will not find happiness, folks. To get to that happiness, to that state of mind where everything goes and you're happy. Whatever. Toss the coin. Whether it heads or tails, I don't care. When you have nothing to lose either way, that's when you can be happy. Now to get there, you must have purpose. You must have a clearly and well-defined purpose. A vague purpose is of no good. Because if your purpose is vague, sometimes you will confuse the hell out of you. You won't know how to act in a given circumstance. You won't know how to make decisions in a given situation. And then later on you will regret. Just ask yourself, how many regrets have you had in your life so far? And the more you can count, the more you'll begin to realize it was all those points in my life where really I didn't know what I needed for myself. I didn't know what was right for me. I didn't know what my purpose of existence was. I didn't know why I was going to make that decision. I didn't know why I found myself in that situation or why I chose what I wanted to do. You had no purpose. No long-term. It was a very short-term gain that some people were after. And when that happens, this will come back to bite you. And then one day you will think, oh alas, why did I make my mind that way when I should have chosen the other option? And now you want to rewind time. Well, they haven't invented a machine for that yet. So you'll have to wait. I don't want any of you to be regretful souls. Not when you have something as beautiful as the Dhamma. Something so life-transforming as the Dhamma, where either is okay. Now, how can you regret? If you really and genuinely say it when you mean it, or mean it when you say it, this or that, you know what? Whatever. You pick. I don't care. Seriously, you pick. I really don't mind. Now, will there ever be a day where you look back and go, I should have picked the other one? No, because right now, you're not fussed either. So, you're not the one who's doing the picking. It's somebody else who's doing the picking. Somebody else is making the choice. Because either is fine. Either works, either goes, doesn't matter. Then you can't be regretful. You can't kick yourself in the back and go, I should have picked the other one. It's only when you pick one, will one day you will say, I should have picked the other one. When do you need to recollect how to use a screwdriver? When do you need to remind yourself how to use a screwdriver? When you need to use one, right? Do you need to think of one right now? No. What about how to bake a cake? When do you need to remind yourself? When you are baking a cake. How about driving the car? When do you need to remind yourself how to drive a car? When you're driving one. The thing about a lot of things in life that we learn, they apply and they stand true when the situation arises. When you need that skill to be applied, that's when you need it. And then other times, really, you don't really need that. But the Dhamma is different. When do you need the Dhamma? When do you need the Dhamma? Always. Whether it is screwing a nail, or baking a cake, or driving your car, it doesn't matter, you need the Dhamma. Because these are all instances in which you can hurt yourself. Not physically, I'm not talking about the physical, of course, right? We've gone past that. That's child play. We are talking about that your choices have on your mind, on the peace of mind that you so yearn to experience and enjoy. I want you all to be able to make decisions based on your comprehension of the Dhamma. That's where I want you to be. And I hope your purpose is somewhere along those lines. Like I said, don't worry about Nibbana. Because that's the destination. There's no point in worrying about the destination. What matters is who you become on the path getting there. I really want you to ask yourself every morning, am I the same person who went to bed last night? Am I the same person who woke up the previous day? Am I the same person I was last week? Am I the same person I was a year ago? 6 years ago? Or have I changed? Because if you haven't changed from who you used to be a year ago, where do you think you will be a year from now? Exactly the same place. Why does the sailor always check his bearings? He looks at the constellations, he takes his compass and marks his path along the way on the map. Why does he constantly keep checking, where am I? Because he has a heading. He has a destination. But there's no point worrying about the destination. You know where you want to go. Now, what matters is what you do right now. Every step you take, you have to be able to apply the Dhamma. Every step you take, it matters. There's nothing that doesn't matter. All of it matters. And one thing affects everything else. Everything you do affects everything else you do. That's how it works. You know, a guy doesn't eat his apple a day. What do you think his bank account is like? This guy, he doesn't eat an apple a day. You can say a lot about his fitness and his health, but what do you think his bank account is like? There's not going to be much in it. Because every discipline affects every other discipline. You should have a good purpose and you should have a philosophy that backs your purpose. You should have a life philosophy. You should have good disciplines. You know, I keep asking you from time to time, are you all doing your 15-minute meditation sessions? I still haven't actually asked you all to put your hands up. The day is coming very soon. So you better start. One day I'm going to ask you. And then you will have to be ashamed. And you'll feel ashamed in front of everyone else. And after I have been reminding you so many times to do it. Maybe I'll ask you towards the end of today's sermon. I don't know. What's that? Oh, your hearts are beating faster. Relax. Make sure you have a purpose. Everything you do, make sure you have a purpose. You know, these things I'm talking about right now, ladies and gentlemen, not only is it applicable on your progress in the Dhamma, but also in worldly life. To be successful in life, you have a good purpose, a well-defined, clear purpose, and you have to be able to express it quite simply, in very straightforward terms. Because if it becomes very convoluted, if it becomes very full of jargon and very confusing, then when those challenges come your way, you won't know where you stand. This purpose has to be truthful to yourself more than anyone else. It must be an agreement with your values. What are your values? Ask yourself. Are you someone who always acts with integrity? Is being generous, being kind, something that matters to you? Are you someone who will do as you say and who will say as you do? Ask yourself. Or does it not matter to you? Just, whatever gets me by. Are you that kind of person? These are simple things, but these are all very important things. On your path to Nibbana, as well as to become successful in worldly life, I'm not really going to focus on that side, but you will see that lie equally on both sides of the balance. You need all these things to be successful. Purpose number one, make sure you have a clear mind. Purpose is meaningful to you. As I said, my purpose is not necessarily about my end goal. It's about who will I become in getting there. How I check every day is by asking myself, how much more defilements do I have left with me? Because I don't know when defilements will have eroded. When I'll have extinguished all the raga, dvesha, moha in me, I don't know when that day will come. I don't know if it's going to come to me in 100 births' time from now. I don't know. I don't know. As far as I know, the only person that the Buddha ever gave that kind of guarantee was Venerable Ananda. In his deathbed, the Buddha said, Ananda will be able to become an arahant in this birth itself. As far as I know, this is the only guarantee that the Buddha has given in his lifetime. There may be others that I might not have come across, but one of the reasons that the Buddha gives this guarantee to Ananda and not necessarily to all of other people is because when you get that sort of guarantee, now people become lazy. If you know you're going to pass the test. I used to be like that sometimes. I've come across people who are like that. They tell themselves, this is an easy paper. I'm gonna pass it with flying colors. So they don't bother. They don't bother with their studies. They don't bother with their revision. They don't bother with their homework. And they become lax. They become very lazy. They become very slack. Over time, they become less prepared than they were when they had begun. And then, alas, they'll find themselves having failed the paper, failed the exam, failed the test. Only because they were overconfident. Ask yourselves, have you never had that problem? Have you not come across people who found themselves in that situation? Overconfidence. Don't be someone who is overconfident. But also don't be someone who's lacking in confidence. You have to find the right balance. I remember all the time, you kill this. How? Sleeping all day? Sitting on your backside all day and not doing anything? No. You can all do this, but there are caveats. You can all do this if you do what it is we ask you to do. You can all do this if you take the Dhamma, if you practice the Dhamma, if you do your 15-minute meditation sessions, you can do it. Why do I ask you for 15 minutes? Why not half an hour? You might wonder, Swaminatha, why don't you just go for half an hour? Come on, 15 minutes, we don't even feel it. And you might even say, that's just too easy. 15 minutes, that's just so easy. It's so easy to do. Give us something that's a bit more tough. But do you know, if I took a count right now, how many of you will actually put your hand up to say, yes, Swaminatha, I do it every day, 15 minutes? Usually the numbers are 30%, 70%. 3 out of 10 will do it. 7 out of 10 won't do it. No matter how much I say. No matter how much I say, 3 out of 10 will do it. The rest won't. They know they should. And they could. But they just don't. They should, they could, but they don't. Or they should, they could, and they won't. Either way, it just doesn't get done. Why? It's so easy. You know what's wrong with something so easy to do? Something that's so easy to do. What's wrong with it? It's so easy not to do. Why does it apple a day, every day? Because it's so easy not to do. Why does he not read a book? It's so easy not to do. So easy to do. That's the same reason, so easy not to do. The reason I don't tell you sit down for half an hour is because that shouldn't come from me. It should come from you. I shouldn't have to inspire you to do half an hour sessions. That should eternally. It should be self-driven. Your enthusiasm is what matters, because 15 minutes I can encourage you to do it, but extending that's down to you. There has to be a day where you come up to me and say, have you done 15 minutes, madam? And you say, Swaminath, 15 minutes. Last time I said I was 15 hours. I didn't even want to wake up for my meals because it was so peaceful. I enjoyed it so much. There was no need for me to even get up and walk about, open my eyes. I didn't feel the need for that. But I will never ask you to do a 30-minute session. I won't. I'll promise you, I will not ask you to do a 30 session. I will not ask you to sit down for an hour. No. But I will keep pestering you and asking you, have you done your 15 minutes? If you are disciplined enough to do your 15 minutes every day, if you do it consecutively, consistently, one day, you will find the enthusiasm. You will encourage yourself and you will enjoy it so much, you will not want to wake up after the 15 minutes. You will keep going. And that's because I say so? No, it won't be because I say so. It's because you know so. And that's what you want. But for that, your philosophy matters. When I talk about philosophy, I'm not only talking about the Dhamma, but how you approach life's problems, how you approach this challenge. I get it, right? I get it. 15 minutes is not easy for someone who's not done meditation before. For someone who's not practiced applying the Dhamma, it can be quite torturous. It might be the hardest 15 minutes you've ever spent in your life, the first time you sit down. At the end of 15 minutes, you will feel like a whole day is gone by. Or time's so slow, you'll feel like you've sat down an entire day, but the 15 minutes hasn't gone by yet. You will feel this. How do I know so? Where do you think I came from? We all started somewhere. But what mattered was consistency. Are you the kind of person who wishes it was easier? Or wish that you were better? There are two philosophies to approaching life. You can either wish it was easier, or that you could wish you were better. What kind of person are you? Are you the kind of person who wishes for less problems or for more skills? Some people, these are life-transforming ideas. As I said, this applies both in terms of your path to Nibbana as well as your being successful in worldly life. These are some of the things I lived by when I was a lay person. To become successful in my lay life, these were some of the philosophies that I embraced in my life. I was not one who wished for less problems. I wanted more skill. So I overcame every problem. I embraced every problem that came to me. I saw them as a blessing because it was another opportunity for me to improve, for me to grow, for me to expand my knowledge experiences, for me to become a better person. This is why I say it's not about the destination. It's about who you become on getting to your goal. I was never one who wished it was easier. I always wanted to be better. On your path to Nirvana, you must be the same. Those things I used to learn because I did a lot of studying about positive thinking and how you approach life and the right philosophies to get you to the right places. All those things I learned back then, I now apply in my path to Nirvana. So not for one moment I think that was a waste of time. Oh, they were all so valuable. I just didn't know why I was learning them back then. I didn't know I was taking the lessons, why I went for the classes, why I went to the seminars. I didn't know. I just did it. Because at the time it just seemed interesting. Now I realize, why did I learn them? Why did I take on those philosophies of life? Back then I came across people who always complained. People have a complaint list. Complain about what? The weather, the economy, the taxes, the legislation, the institutions. People complain all the time. I used to be like that. I always complained. Taxes too high. Economy too tough. Opportunities none come my way. People so bad. Government has to change. I threw away my blame list. Realized, I can keep moaning, I can keep complaining, nothing's going to change. You know how the economy was 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago? It's much the same like it is today. You know how the government was 50, 60 years ago? And much the same like it is today. How do you think it's going to be in 50 years' time? Folks, seriously, ask yourself, are you the kind of person who blames the wind? Or are you the kind of person who sets the sail correctly so you get to where you want to go? The wind is all that's going to take you to where you want to go. So if you complain about the wind, now what do you have to work with? Are you someone who blames your tools? You blame the wind. Now, they take away the wind. How is your ship going to get you anywhere? But if you didn't complain about the wind, but just changed your sail, depending on where you wanted to go, now you can get your goal. So I was in the midst of people who complained about the economy, about taxes, right? The education system, the government. I walked away from them. I didn't want to hang out with that kind of crowd. Am I talking about it now? What kind of crowd are you hanging out with today? Apply these principles to Nirvana. Remember, I'm not talking about how to become successful in worldly life because you don't need lessons from me for that. There's plenty of that stuff out there. And after all, you're all very successful people. I would be insulting you to talk to you about how to become successful in worldly life. That would be an insult. You're all beautiful people, look at you. Well-to-do, affluent, right? Respectable people in society. I don't need to talk to you about how to become successful in worldly life. What I'm saying is, those things that I used to do back then, I today apply on my path to Nirvana, on my path to salvation. Sitting down for your 15-minute sessions can be difficult to begin with. But it's not going to be difficult every day. One day, you'll want to sit for half an hour. One day, you'll want to extend that to a whole hour. One day, 15 minutes will become 15 hours. I guarantee that. I assure you that will happen if you have the consistency and the right philosophy and the right approach. Don't be someone who complains. I threw away the complaint list, the blame list. Now some people picked it up and now they're using it. All those dirty, smelly complaints that I used to have, I threw it away, someone else picked it up. Apparently they're using it now. At least they should pay me royalties. Don't know, never made contact. I always remind you, all I can give you is the 20%. What I'm trying to do here, folks, is to stress the importance of taking ownership of your liberation. I can't do it for you. I really need you to understand this. I can't do it for you. Your wife, or husband, your child can't do it for you. You have to do it for yourself. We're all in this together, yet alone. We're all in this together. But we're alone. All alone. We're helping each other out. But that help goes as far as pointing you in the right direction. Do these things. If you do it, well, you will reap the fruit. If you don't do it, you're lost. Previously I have suggested to you, make use of a timetable. Set time aside every day for your 15-minute session. Set time aside every day to listen to the Dhamma. If I ask you the question, are you doing it now? You're going to feel guilty? Why your face is going funny now? Ask yourself. You're waiting behind a traffic light. A man walks up to your window, knocks on it. Mahatya. What does this man want? He's expecting your charity. He's expecting money from you. You can see that this guy is not handicapped. Right? He's got all his limbs functioning. He can talk. He can walk. He can stand up on his own 2 feet. How generous are you going to feel right now? Instinctively, how are you going to feel? Would it be unfair for someone to look at this guy and go, hang on a second, mate. Which bit of you isn't working? What's wrong with you? You can stand on your own 2 feet. You can talk, you can walk, right? There's nothing wrong with you. I'm enjoying the fruits of labor, so why can't you? Why have you come begging to me when you are fully capable of going and doing something for yourself? Have you never felt that way? I have. I'll be the first to admit. Man walks up, he's handicapped. Now I can consider. He's got less of a chance than I do. Therefore I'm willing to help, eagerly. But a man comes up to me and he's much the same like me. So I ask myself, hang on, why are you asking for my charity? Do you deserve it? Life never gave me what I wanted. What did life give me? What I deserved. Life gave me what I deserved. Doesn't look like you deserve it. The same applies in the Dhamma also. So if you come up to me and you want my time, you want to ask questions from me, time with me to discuss the Dhamma, whatever. If you have not put in the time that is required in your own time, if you're not doing the 80%, then the only question I have for you is, do you deserve it? Is that unfair? Ask that question of you. You're not listening to the sermons. You're not doing your 15-minute sessions. You're not reflecting on the Dhamma. You're not practicing the Dhamma. All you want to do is come and take my time and talk to me. By the way, I'm not pointing at any of you. I'm not talking. This is not directed to any of you individually. So please don't take it that one moment do I mean it in that way. This is how we should think about things. Really, this is how I think about things. Even like young monks at our monastery. Some of them, they always come up to me, Swami, I have a question for you. So they'll ask my advice on something. So I'll give them advice the first time. Then they'll come back again and they'll ask for advice. The second time, okay, I'll give them advice again. They'll again come back and the third time and ask, Swami, I need advice on a problem I have. Okay, first tell me, what did you do with the advice I gave you on the first occasion? Now tell me, what did you do with the advice I gave you on the second occasion? Well, I still haven't got around to it. Well, guess what? I haven't got time for you. Because now you're taxing me. Right? You're taxing me. You don't deserve my time. You don't deserve my advice because One who deserves advice is one who puts advice into practice. So one who deserves the Dhamma is someone who puts the Dhamma into practice, who applies the Dhamma in their lives. And as I have explained to you, unlike how you use a screwdriver or unlike how you bake a cake or drive a car, the Dhamma is not something that you can pick and choose when you want to apply. Because this is universal and it applies to every occasion, every circumstance, every situation. Anyone here who's completely rid of Raga, Dvesha, Moha? Well, then every time you make a decision that is based in desire, aversion or delusion, you know you're making the wrong decision. Right? You are making a decision that is based in delusion. Well, it's what it says on the tin. Delusion. You're deluded. How can you guarantee to yourself that I have made the right choice? And yet you go about life making choices, making decisions every day. Where does that put you? In a very risky position. You're making decisions based on delusion, based on ignorance. This is why Guru Swami says, I've heard in some of his sermons, for someone to actually be a court judge, they must at least have attained the 4th jhana. Why? Because when you enter the 4th jhana, you suppress ignorance. For the duration that you are in the 4th jhana, you have suppressed ignorance. So the decisions you make at that time is not based in ignorance. Now your decisions are based wholly on fact, not emotional sentiments, not in ignorance. Or you have to be an arahant. In Mald, all Supreme Court judges will be arahants. One day when I create my own world, I'm just telling you up front, that's how it's going to be. So if you have any intentions of becoming a judge in my world, hurry up. I've given you the qualifications you need. Because otherwise those decisions are unfair. Can be unfair. Can be unjust. Don't be someone who complains. Because whenever you're complaining, you're pointing your finger outwards and saying that's where the problem is. Be that in worldly life or on the path to Nirvana, don't complain. Always look within and you will find the problem. Not outside, look within. No matter what that problem is, look within. Throw away your old blame list. If you can't find the time to listen to sermons, change. You're not rocks and trees that can't change. You're people. You're not creatures of habit like dogs and cats and cows and sheep. You can make decisions, you can make choices, so change. So make a determination, by the time you come back to next week's sermon, if you haven't made your diary, your timetable yet, make one. Make sure that every day you have set time aside to your own practice, to listen to the sermons. Whether it's Sinhala sermons, English sermons, it really doesn't matter. Whatever, sermons that helps you to put your life back on purpose, back on focus. That keeps you on track, keeps you on target. Because remember, right from the tube of toothpaste that's in your bathroom, to the billboards that you see on the way to work, this is all Asatpurusha Drushti. What does it say on the toothpaste? Anicca, Dukkha. You live in a world surrounded by Asatpurusha. Ignoble people and ignoble influences. More than people, ignoble influences. Coming into contact with either those people or things that they have put in front of you. Constantly reminding you that this world is pleasure, joyful and essential. So these messages, they're like subliminal advertising. You keep reading it, you keep watching it, time and time and time and time again. It sinks in. How long is a lie a lie? How long is something that is false false? But all it takes is to be repeated several times, and then there comes a point where even false is accepted as being true. Repetition. That's what marketing does, right? Repeat. Keep giving the same message over and over and over and over and over again. What do you call those things you put on your feet when you walk outside? Bata. Right? Where's my bata? How did that become Bata? That's a brand name. Get the Hoover out. That's not the actual name of the device. It's called a vacuum cleaner. When did it become a Hoover? When did your sandals become Batas? Repeating. Repeat until people pick it up. And it happens. So you live in a world, go through life surrounded either by the people or the things that they have put in front of you. Just ask yourself, for how many of you is the first thing you do in the morning, pick up your phone and go on Facebook? Guarantee there are people like that. Either you or people listening to this, either now or in the future, someday. First thing you do, pick up the phone, check Facebook. Pick up the phone, check Snapchat, Instagram, whatever the case might be. Becomes an addiction. Now what's the message that comes on Facebook? Anicca? Dukkha? Yeah, right. As if. This is a real threat. I'm not just kidding about this. Parents now entrusted your young children with phones, right? Electronic devices of all sorts, tablets and phones and things that have taken them much closer to technology and the internet as a result. It's a wide ocean out there. Your children don't know how to swim. But that's not going to stop them from taking the plunge. They will try to swim and they will drown if you don't give them the Dhamma. For the 3 hours or so you spend here, where we talk about Anicca, Dukkha, Anatta, put that on the balance. How many hours do you spend out there, where all they talk about is Nicca, Sukha, Atta? Now what's the ratio? What chance do you have? Ask it sincerely. Why does Guru Hamru always keep reminding you, come to the monastery whenever you get a chance, listen to these sermons whenever you get a chance? Because, he knows that this is what's going on out there. We keep telling you all the time, keep yourself with the Dhamma. You need that association with the Dhamma. The value in noble association is not the person, it's the Dhamma that they have to give you. And even if there's a day where I start to talk to you about Nicca, Sukha, Atta, that's the last day you should be here. Turn your back on me and walk away. Don't stay here one more minute, not one more second. Walk away. I want all of you to become testimonials. Each and every Arahant that was produced in the Buddha's ministry thus far are testimonials to what people can achieve from their lives, despite where they have started, despite where they have come from. Right from royal kings, queens and princes and princesses, through to outcasts like Sunita Sopaka. They were all testaments. They all changed and they all became equal. What is it that changed them? The Dhamma. Now why can't each and every one of you be a testimonial? Why can't each and every one of you be a testimony in the Buddha Shasana? You, sir, may be a director. You, madam, a doctor. You may be a lawyer. You may be a teacher. With a family. Without a family. You might have come from very modest beginnings, and you from a very wealthy family. But you are all very unique. You're all unique. There's not two people like you. You're unique. So if you follow this path and achieve the end result, do you not become a testimony? Do you not become a testimonial in the Buddhist ministry? To say, even I did it. Here are my beginnings. Here's where I started from, and I was able to do it. Now you can look at someone else in the face and go, why can't you? A lot of the times we talk to people and say, Sunit and Sopaka did, why can't you? I want you all to be in that position where you can turn to someone and say, I did it. Why can't you? If I can, you can. A lot of young people out there, they come up with lots of excuses. Swami, how we don't know. Life is just so fun and so pleasurable. What are you talking about? You're talking nonsense. Are you going mad, Swami? I come from a very wealthy family, they tell me. My dad's so-and-so, my mother's so-and-so. Right? I come from a very educated family, a very affluent family. I don't need Nibbana. What's this nonsense you're talking about? Suffering. What is this? So we need people like you. The Shasana needs people like you. People who have started from such beginnings. And people who realize the truth. And people who found their salvation. So when they ask such questions, we can reply to them and say, well, this person here was just like you. This lady here was just like you. Now, look at her. She had what you had and much more. He had what you had and much more than that. Why do you all come and listen to our sermons? Before you get the Dhamma, before people begin to understand the Dhamma, the appeal is in our story. Is our beginnings, is where we started. I remember some of you were there at the sermon that Guru Hamza did at the BMICH. There are a lot of people there, people who came from good backgrounds, educated people. And a lot of them found our story quite appealing. When we talked to them about this is where I began, this is how I started out. Much like you, I got a good education. I had everything I wanted. Life's going out for me. Everything's working out fine. And then I discovered the Dhamma. And then I realized all of that was just a waste of time. Then people, their eyes open. Now they want to listen to it. But what if I had said, I was very bad at school. Right? I didn't get good grades. My teachers hated me. My parents hated me. Right? Everyone hated me. I was a failure in life. And then I thought one day, if I become a monk, I get fed for free, I get sheltered for free, clothing for free, medicine for free, everything for free. So I became a monk. Who wants to sign up? There will be people who want to sign up. People who will be like that. People of the same caliber, they'll want to sign up because they'll want an easy path, an easy walk in life. But they're not the kind of people that deserve the Sambuddha Shasana. It's people like you. People whose lives have transformed as a result of taking in the Dhamma. When you had everything going for you, everything working out in your favor, good education, good background, well-to-do, and despite all that came across the teaching, came across the Dhamma and realized, all these things that I did, what a waste. That's not the path to true happiness. This is. Now do you not become a testimonial? If you want to pay your debt to the Sambuddha Shasana, do that. Because then the Buddha leave this world in a way where the Buddha could have said, had he still been around, this lady, this woman, this man, even he did it. He had everything going for him. He had everything going for her. And look what he did with his life. This lady had 3 children. This lady had a son. This lady had a husband. None of them were supportive of her, wanting to achieve her salvation. But despite that, they did it. Now what have you got to complain about? Leave this world in a way where the Buddha, had he been around, he could use you as an example. Become exemplary. Because all of you are unique. You have all come from different walks of life. You all have your own stories to tell. What matters is, where do those stories take you? Is your life simply going to be one that was lived and then forgotten? When do you think the great Elder Sariputta is going to be forgotten? Never. When do you think the great elders, Maha Kashyapa, Maha Moggallana, is going to be forgotten? Never. When do you think Yashodhara is going to be forgotten? Never. This has to become your heritage. It's who you become. Ask yourself, how can you become more valuable? How can you become 2 times more valuable, 3 times more valuable, 4 times more valuable? What values do you possess? If the Buddha were around today, would he praise you? Or would he discredit you? Because remember, you can't hide anything from him. Even before you've opened your mouth, he knows you in and out. He knows what you think. All those secrets that you have, that no one else knows, he knows. You can't hide it from him. So if the Buddha were around today, would he be proud of who you are? Ask yourself. Guru Hamdru asks this from us every day. He asked, whether recently, I think week, or earlier on this week, 11 of our monks received their higher ordination, Upasampada. And when they arrived back at the monastery, yesterday or the day before, Guru Hamdru had a chat with them. And I heard him asking them, had the Buddha been around, would he have given you the higher ordination? Would you be deserving of it? Wow, what a question. Would you be deserving of your monkhood? He asks. What a question. So I ask you, do you deserve to be called Buddhists? Think. This is why I leave these gaps of silence. I want you to think, not just wait for me to say the next thing. Think. Do you deserve to have a Buddha statue at home? What about the things that go on at home? When you go home next, check the Buddha statue. Has he still got his eyes open? Or is he looking the other way now? You place the statue facing front. You go back home and check, is it facing back the wall now? Don't know. Go and check. Are you deserving of His presence? As I've explained to you in the past, as high ordained monks, one thing we do every day is confess. We confess any shortcomings, any shortfalls that we might have had through the day. One thing I always ask myself is when I go in front of the Buddha with my fellow monk and having done my confessions, I ask the Buddha to come into my heart, to come into my mind, to reign over my mind and my heart. I invite Him to do so. Not that He's literally going to do it, you know what I mean. I pray for His presence in my life. I ask myself, am I worthy of it? What about my conduct? The things I say, the things I do, and the things I think about, am I deserving of His presence? Ask yourself. This is a good test. Ask yourself every day, before you go to bed. If the Buddha summons you right now, Mr. Pereira, please come, I want to talk to you. Right? The Buddha has just summoned you. Mr. Pereira now has to go to speak to Buddha. Can you walk up to him with a straight face, knowing that you can't hide anything from him? Or will you have a guilty conscience? Ask yourself. Don't close the day on a guilty conscience, because that will haunt you. If you are serious about your salvation, don't close the day on a guilty conscience. Haunt you. So how do you close the day on a positive then? If you know you have done things that you're not proud of, you understand that this is because of raga, dvesha, moha. This is because of your attachment. Then take a moment to reflect on those instances, on those things that you might have done, you might have said, and you might have thought of, and contemplate on the Dhamma. It could be something as simple as a slice of cake, which you couldn't put away. You knew it was wrong at the time. I didn't need it, but I took it nevertheless. It was that girl I saw on the way to school, to work. I wouldn't be staring at her, but I did it nevertheless. Guilty conscience. Have you become someone who can say everything you do to somebody else? Or are you still someone who has to keep secrets? I'm not talking about business secrets and things like that. You get the idea, right? I'm talking about your virtues. Are you clean in character? Do you have a pure conscience? Change. If you're not proud of who you are right now, change. Because you can. You're not rocks or trees, you can change. A tree once planted somewhere, now the tree can't move, it's immobile. But you can change. Rocks can't move, but you can change. Don't close the day on a guilty conscience. Because you know that is where your 80% is. It's the application of the Dhamma. All these practical bits of advice I have given you in the past, I don't know how many of you are doing it, but I have shared them with you. But one thing I can tell you, 70% won't. Or don't. 30% will do. 3 out of 10 will, 7 out of 10 won't. Why? Just because it's so easy to do. What's wrong with something so easy to do? It's so easy not to do. How does it cost you to reflect on the day that you have just spent, asking yourself, did I act with a guilty conscience? Did I do things that I shouldn't have done? Did I say things I shouldn't have said? Did I spend time contemplating on things that I shouldn't have? Did I use up time to indulge my sense in raga, dvesha, moha? How much does it cost you? But how much does it cost you not to do it? Are you getting the profoundness of what I'm asking you? It costs you nothing to do it. But what does it cost you not to do it? Everything. It costs you everything. Right from your human life. Costs you everything. This is why I say, if you're not doing the things that I'm asking you to do, then you're not only wasting your time, you're wasting my time. Have that timetable. Set yourself some goals. Right? If you have managed to do your 15-minute sessions every day, and you have continued to do it, set a goal. In 3 months' time, turn it up to half an hour. I do ask you to do this. You should want to. And you will, when you want to. This is why I said, I promise you, I will not ask you to turn it up to 30 minutes. Because that should not be something that I get you to do. It should be something you should want to do. But set yourself a goal. If you haven't still got the gist of anicca dukkha anatta, if you don't understand this udavima vayavima business, the arising and passing away, if you're still not getting it, set yourself a goal. By the end of this month, if that's too soon, by the end of the next 6 months, I will resolve upon myself to go and understand it. I will speak to the Swami Mahansis, I will listen to the sermons, I will do whatever it takes to get it done. Tell me, did you not do whatever it took to pass your exams? When you had set your mind upon something, so to become a mother, if that was your goal, did you not do whatever it took? If you wanted to become a father, if you wanted to start a family, if you wanted to buy a car, if you wanted to get a loan, if you wanted to build a house, right? If you wanted to get the next promotion, did you not do whatever it took to get there? All these things you did for things that was simply a means to an end. I'm saying, give yourself more value than that. How much do you value your life? Ask yourself. If you're only doing things, right, whose results are very temporary, are you serious when you're telling me you value your life? The output efforts will be with you for the next 10 years. When there's the alternative where the outputs of your efforts are there for eternity, all the way until your nirvana. Now you have an option, now you have a choice. Are you not undermining the value of your life by doing things which are simply a means to an end? Because the output that you're putting in, or the output you're getting through your exertions, will be with you for 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20, maybe 25 at most. Well, it all stops on the day you die. You're not going to take a cent with you. You're not going to take your children with you, not going to take your husband or your wife with you. But ask yourself how many lessons, how many counseling sessions you've taken so that you can live a happy married life. How many books did you read on how to become successful? How many books did you read on how to become rich? How many classes did you take to get your degree? How many times did you go to the bank to get yourself a loan to build your house? How many interviews did you go to get the job that you so wanted? You didn't give up, did you? So determined. You have an awesome determination. Awesome. Remarkable determination. What I'm saying is, at least that same determination with which you applied yourself to achieving worldly pleasures, worldly success, and worldly achievements, how about put that towards something where the outputs of which are there with you forever, are the only things you can take with you when you leave, when you go, when you say goodbye once and for all. How about that? At least that much. I'm not saying more, I'm saying at least. If you're serious, I want you to be able to come next week and show me your timetable. I won't ask you for it, but I want you to be able to do so. When I ask you what times in the day do you listen to the sermons, you have to be able to give me an answer, an honest to God answer. If it's during your commute, you should be able to say so. So I'm in Hansa, I drive to work every day and back from 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock, or from 6 to 7 to 8, I'm on the road and stuck in traffic. So this is the time during which I listen to sermons. Great, so be it. But do you? It's easy to do, and it's easy not to do. How easy is it to listen to the sermons? How easy is it? So easy. All you have to do is get yourself a CD and stick it in the CD. You don't even have to play it. Your CD player will do the hard work. All you have to do is push the damn thing in. Your surround sound system will do the rest. All you have to do is push it in. So difficult to do that, isn't it? But there's a knob just below the CD, and that says FM. So it's so easy to do that. So you do it. Why? Because that was easy not to do. Ask yourself, do you not find yourself in this situation where during your morning commute is the only time you get to listen to something, and that something you always come across with choice? Is it the sermon or is it my FM? Sermon or FM? Sermon or FM? Sermon or FM? Of course. Because in the FM, what do they talk about? Anicca? Dukkha? I have stopped complaining and moaning about the Asatpurusha. Okay? You can't change them. Like I stopped complaining about the economy and the taxes and the government. If I can't do anything about it, so why complain, right? So I've stopped complaining about them. Now I don't blame them. Now I blame you. I'm bad, aren't I? Previously I used to blame the Asatpurushas. See what they do to you? Right? Always giving you messages that the world is so pleasurable and enjoyable and fun, and you should go and live your life to the max, right? And do all these fun things. I used to complain about them. But now I've stopped doing that now. Now I'm picking on you. Because it's easy to do. It's easy to walk away. There was a choice between this or that. If you had done that, CD goes in, If you do this, FM comes on. Simple choice. So why did you go for this rather than that? Easy to do and easy not to do. Making a budget, easy to do? Of course, but easy not to do. What kind of budget am I talking about? I'm not talking about your monthly finances. I'm talking about something much more important than that. Your time budget. When was the last time you budgeted the air you breathe? Why? Why did you not budget it? Why do you not budget the air you breathe? Why do? Because there's enough of it. There's plenty of it. When was the last time you were fearful that it might run out? Or what if the oxygen runs out? Don't worry, you won't have to solve that problem. Your grandchildren might, but you're safe. Don't worry. Your grandchildren, their children, they'll have to worry about that. We, one less problem to worry about. Thank God for that. Not sure about you, you might have to. When you have ample of something, you don't need to budget it. What's your most scarce resource? What is it? Come on. Dollars, pounds, ringgit, what is it? Come on. Yen? All time. If I ask the question now, how many of you have a time budget? Hardly anyone will put their hand up. But if I ask you, do you have a monetary budget? I have 10. Did I not tell you how I used to, every morning, my habit was, not Facebook, I wasn't really a big Facebook, but I got my phone out, went to my online bank and checked what my investments had done. It was only 24 hours, I hadn't have done anything, but still. Because keeping on top of my finances was more religious to me than following the path of Dhamma. I had no Dhamma back then. Keeping on top of the pennies. I would shift pennies between accounts just to get the most out of it. No, that's mad. I'll give you that. But the one thing that is most scarce, your time, and you still don't have a budget. Gosh, shocking. And the older you are, the more time you have left. Yeah? The older you are, the less time left. So the older you are, the more reason for you to have what budget? Time budget. Because you now have very little of it left. So now you have to budget what you do with your time. When you were younger, you could afford to watch and binge watch all your movies and your box sets. You don't have that luxury now. Sorry to say. You don't have that luxury now. You could spend hours talking to your friends on the phone when you were younger. You don't have that luxury now. Do you? You could go for your walks in the park and not care about how much time you spend there. Go to a restaurant and sit with your friend and sip on your cups of tea and have your little sandwich and finger food and whatever, right? For as long as you want it, but you don't have the luxury now. You have very little time left. How much time do you have left? 20? How much? 20? Why do you think I'm talking years? I'm not talking years. I'm talking days. Why did you immediately think I was talking years? Makes you feel good, right? 20, oh yeah, that'll do me. 20 years, yeah, I like that. Like the sound of that. 20, 15, 10, 5. 5 more or last 5? Who knows? Budget your time, folks. Come up with that timetable. It's about time. You really must. I wouldn't tell you to do something that I don't. I know the importance of one, and I know the importance of one when I was a lay person, living a lay life, going after all those worldly pleasures, right? Now I value time 1,000,000-fold more than I used to as a lay person. Now I budget my time much more carefully, with much more meticulous detail. I budget my time. I don't allow half an hour here, half an hour to be wasted. I don't think you should either. This is your most precious asset. And in your timetable, make sure you have set aside time to listen to the sermons, practicing, right? Sit down meditation, walking meditation, whatever. And also time to reflect on the day. Perhaps you go on just after lunch maybe. And maybe once just before the end of the day. Like I said, don't close the day on a guilty conscience. I'll give you that, right? We're all Raga, Desha, Moha walking on 2 legs. I've said this to you before. That's who I am. Don't know about you, but that's who I am. Raga, Desha, Moha walking around on 2 legs. So there'll be times where we have done wrong, where we will have succumbed to the pleasures and the desires. There will be times, I grant you that. But let's not close the day on one of those. Let's take some time to reflect on such opportunity, on such instances and such situations, and contemplate the Dhamma. Apply the Dhamma. Why did I act likewise in that situation? Because if you don't do it now, you got the same thing again. Child comes up to you, he's done his math homework, he says 2 and 2 is 6. You don't correct the problem. Next day he's going to go 24 plus 24. Do you think he's going to come back with the right answer? He's going to come back with the wrong answer, because you didn't correct him the first instance. No, you're much the same. Don't let a day go by. When you practice this much further, when you become better with your practice, you won't let a moment go by. Now that's proper satipatthana. This is the mindfulness where we need to get to. Not a moment slips by where you have not been mindful and where you have not applied the Dhamma. Every thought that arises and passes away, or at least every billions of thoughts, right? Let's leave aside every thought. Every billions of thoughts that arise and pass away, because how long does it take for a billion thoughts to arise and pass away? About that long. Right? So every billions of thoughts that arise and pass away, you will not let go by if it was something that was to do with Raga, Dvesha, Moha. You need to get to that stage. You must, there's no other way. Whether you like or not, there's no other way to get there. Ekayano ayam bhikkhave maggo sattanam visuddhiya. Monks, there's only one path to salvation. Satipatthana. There isn't two, there's only one. So you have to be mindful. But that mindful may not come so readily to you right now. But that's okay. What I'm saying is, what's not okay is you not working on it. That's not okay. What do I talk to you about when you come for the meditation sessions? About falling asleep. Falling asleep is okay. But not doing anything, that's not okay. Remember? That's not okay. So desire, aversion, delusion arising and passing away in your thoughts, that's okay. But you not doing anything about it, that's not okay. Then you're not serious. Then you're wasting my time. You're wasting your time, you're wasting my time, you're wasting everybody's time. Because you're not serious. And then the way I see you is like you seeing the man who knocks on your window when you're stopped by the traffic lights, fully capable of doing for himself what he should, but comes up to you begging for your charity. I've got no time for people like that. Being mean? No, because I have very limited time. Give me what is the right answer between these two. One person really works hard on their salvation, does everything that I asked him to do, just say 15-minute sessions every day, has a table, works through it, takes time to listen to the sermons. He or she has a question and wants half an hour of my time. Another person comes by, doesn't listen to the sermons, doesn't do the 15-minute sessions, right? There's nothing. Which of these two people should I spend my time with? The first. I only have half an hour. So I have to pick the one who wants it or the one who deserves it. Which one do I go by? Because they both want it, therefore I have to settle for who deserves it. So in future, when you come to me with questions, I will ask you questions in return before we sit down. Am I being unfair? I will ask you, show me your timetable. Before you come and sit down, show me your timetable. Show me where you do your listening to your sermons. It's okay, it may be a very small portion of your day, but still, it has to be there. So next time you want to come and talk to me, night before, just make up a timetable. Right? And then bring it. Then Swami Nwaza will be happy. You will also be happy. Right? Who are you fooling? Yes, madam. So, as opposed to? Okay. Okay. So, someone asked me, can I please repeat the questions when someone asks the question from the audience, because otherwise people listening in, they haven't got a clue. And I think for the people who transcribe the sermons, it helps them to capture what was asked. So I'll repeat the question. So a lady in the audience asking, is it not better to have a time sheet rather than a timetable, because then you can reflect on what you have done throughout the day, as opposed to having a target for the day and then working through that, because one could be demoralizing having a timetable if you're unable to actually do what you have been set for yourself to do, right? So that's the question. That's the essence of it. Timesheets are really good. I'll give you that. Because your timesheet is like a log. It's a log of how you have spent your time. So, on the fly you're capturing, this is how I have spent my day, and at the end of the day you can look back and ask yourself, I've spent 3 hours watching TV. Is that right? Should I have? What do you compare that to though? How do you know what's good? How do you know what good looks like? Because this is the result. You need something to compare this with. Because then you'll be able to see, this is how much time I set aside for watching TV. Because, I know, there'll be people here who have know it all in watching TV. Some of you might not even have a TV set at home by now. Right? And they're the good people. Yes? No. Say that. You could be watching the TV, using the TV to watch sermons, right? Who knows, right? It's not for me to say what's right or what's wrong. So there's nothing wrong with watching TV provided you use it purpose. Okay? Right. So, whereas for others, it may be that some people are addicted to maybe watching cartoons, watching movies, right? Watching teledramas, whatever, or watching musicals, whatever the case might be. And this addiction, this habit is maybe not something that they can break out of overnight. So, what you could do is do it gradually. So you can set yourself a target. I want to break this habit of being addicted to TV. So right now, every day I watch about 3 hours of TV. I want to bring it down to 2 hours. So now you make a timetable. And in your timetable you have 1 hour in the afternoon, 1 hour in the evening. And then now you have a timetable. Then you also do your time log or your time sheets, and you write down what you do as you go through the. The reason I didn't suggest a time sheet, and I'm really glad that you're doing one, madam. The reason I didn't suggest a time sheet is because it can be a little bit more tedious. It will require you to constantly keep updating it. Because unlike a computer which might send a timestamp to a log, you haven't got a timestamp that's connected to your body that sends an output to a sheet. You're going to have to manually go and do it. It could be too involving for some people and think, actually, that's a bit too much to do right now. But the more you begin to understand the value of time, you will want to do it. I do have a time sheet myself, but I didn't talk about it yet. Because for some people, setting up a timetable might be a paradigm shift. A timetable? What? Right? So we have to take baby steps. This is why I say start with the timetable. Start with the timetable so you know what good looks like. How do you want to spend your Monday? How do you want to spend your Tuesday? How do you want to spend your Wednesday? How do you want to spend your Wednesday mornings, your Wednesday afternoons and Wednesday evenings? When I used to go to work as a layperson, after lunch, right, before I found the Dhamma, what I used to do is have a chat with someone. In fact, I used to find someone to go and have lunch with. Whether it was a packed lunch or I went out for lunch, I always used to find a companion, another colleague to go out and have lunch with. Then I got the Dhamma, then I realized, whoa, I'm wasting my time. This is precious time because I can't be listening to Bana or sermons while I'm doing my work. Then I'm not giving my 100% to my work, so that's not fair. So my lunch hour is my lunch hour to spend however I like. So what I did was, I went to the basement where we had our restaurant, took my earphones with me, plugged it into my phone, and then I was listening to the sermons while I was having my lunch. Or sometimes what I used to do, found the Dhamma, was actually I picked up a free newspaper and then kept folding the pages while I was reading, while I was having my lunch. What a waste of time that was. Every morning, I would pick up the metro from the underground and bring it into work and start reading the metro. Just fill my mind up with rubbish. At the end of the day, having gained nothing. Remember, whenever something's free, what's being sold? The consumer. I've asked you before, why is Facebook free? What is being sold? You, the consumer. So when a paper is free, what's being sold? You, the consumer. You're being sold to the advertisers. That's why it's free. I didn't want to be anyone's object of sale. I didn't want to be a product that someone could sell at their whim and fancy. Because what am I surrounding myself again when I pick up the newspaper and start going through the pages? This Purusha Seva. Association with immoral, ignoble people and the things that they put in front of me. But where in the metro does it say Anicca Dukkha Anatta? I've gone through quite a few of them and I still haven't found one. That's how I changed. I took ownership of my spare time, and then I decided to myself, this is how I'm going to spend my day. If you don't plan your day, someone else will plan it for you. Or you will fall into someone else's plan. That's what's going to happen. If you don't plan your life, you will fall into someone else's plan. Plan your life so that I can benefit out of it. Yeah? So having a time log or a time sheet is a really great thing to do. And if you can get to that level of discipline, fantastic. Well done you, madam, if that's what you're doing right now. But start with the timetable. So you have something to compare yourself to. At the end of the day, go through your timetable and ask yourself, right, I only put aside 1 hour to watching TV. Why did I sit in front of the TV for 1 hour and 10 minutes? In my diary that I used to have as a lay person, Monday to Friday I had activities that I wanted to get done through the course of the day. And actually at the end of every day I gave myself a score out of 5. When it came to life management, I was a maniac. I gave myself out of 5 and I scored myself. Having gone through these are the things I wanted to get done today with this level of efficiency, and I didn't achieve that. Oh, I wasted some time talking to a friend, browsing the internet, watching TV, grabbing a coffee, right? Time I wasted. I didn't feel good about myself and during the day, in the days where I didn't spend my time as I had planned to do so. Then what I did was I gave myself a low score. Some days 2, 2.5, 3. I wasn't proud of those days. But then what I did was I improved myself. I went back over the last weeks and I checked, why is Wednesday always a 3 out of 5? Something's wrong with Wednesday. What is it? I'm associated in the wrong crowd on Wednesday. I'm always going and sitting next to the guy who always complains. And when he starts a moan, what do? I join in. Now, we go into a moan fest. He moans, I moan. He moans, I moan. He moans, I moan. And then, we are moaning the life out of each other. And I've just wasted my day. And not having actually achieved what I wanted to do. So I found out the causes. And I changed. So I decided, no, I'm not going to go sit next to that guy. Walk away from that 70%. Associate the 30%. Walk away. If you want to make a change in your life, folks, be courageous. Take action. Don't wait for someone else to change your life. Because no one cares about you. I reminded you last week, if you don't do your homework, you can only leave it for a day or 2. Someone will make sure your teacher will. If you don't do your housework, then someone else will make you do it whether you like it or not. If you don't produce a report, if you don't do the Excel sheet, if you don't send that email, if you don't call up your customers, your clients, get that next sale, the best you can go is a day or 2 and then your manager will come knocking on your door. Hey mister, why haven't you made those calls yet? If you keep putting off your duties and responsibilities, don't worry. All you can do is a day or 2, someone will come and knock on your door. Except when it comes to the duty that you ought to do to yourself. Because when it comes to your nirvana, give me a list of people who care. Husband, wife, child, doctor, lawyer, friend? No one. Now what if even you don't care? Now nobody cares. So no one's going to put you on the line for not doing what you need to do towards Nibbana. All the other things, get by even without a timetable. Why? Because other people will make you do it. This is why I say, this is why I'm so vehement in saying this. Make sure the time you have to, when you want to and you can afford to put aside towards your Nirvana goes on that timetable. Because then it'll put you into that timetable. Your timetable will help drive you. It'll give you that extra bit of encouragement. That extra kick you need sometimes when you're feeling a bit lethargic. This is the time you have to sit for meditation. You think, maybe not today. Do you remember when you first started going to the gym? First day, second day, third day? No, you went. You didn't even want to come with you. But then, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks later, now all that discipline that you had, starts going down the drain. And the bad habits start creeping back into your life. It's an apple a day. Some people think it's a Snickers bar a day. Bad habits. So it's 15 minutes of meditation a day. not 15 minutes of watching TV a day. That's not what I asked you to do. I can't emphasize enough, although these things might sound so simple, I told you right at the start, it's the simple things that people get wrong all the time. It's the basics that people don't get right. So do the basics. Focus on the basics and the rest will look after itself. How does one become a millionaire? How does he go on to earning his million? He starts with the basics, small amounts. Every day, saving, investing. There's the poor people's philosophy and the rich people's philosophy. Poor people, they get their income, they spend first, and they invest what's left. Rich people, they invest, they spend what's left. Just upside down. That's the difference between what makes a poor man and a rich man. Why am I talking this? I'm not talking about how to become successful in worldly life, okay? But this is what I used to use when I was a lay person, back when I had other goals, other dreams, other ambitions. But I'm talking about it now because now it has a relevance in your Nibbana. Back then money was important to me, but now I know that the greatest wealth is not money. The greatest wealth that I possess is my time. So are you someone who spends the time you have and then puts towards the path, practicing the path, whatever you have left? Is that how you treat your path, your salvation? Leftovers? Is that how you treat your salvation? You give it leftovers. You feed leftovers to your salvation, to your nirvana. Don't be the person that feeds your leftovers to nirvana, to your salvation. Ask yourself first, where are the opportunities in my diary, in my timetable? When you make that timetable, right? This is where I want you to start. How much time can I put towards my nibbana? And the leftovers put towards the other activities, if you're serious about nirvana. It's your mentality, it's the way you look at the problem that makes a difference. It makes a huge lot of difference. How you look at it, how you approach this. Because this is your philosophy of how you approach your life. Don't have the poor man's philosophy. Have the rich man's philosophy. Don't spend and invest and say what's left. Invest and then spend what you have left. If you want to succeed. If not, then just go by how you've been doing it so far. Then ask yourself, how successful have you been so far? Because if you continue doing what you have done over the last 6 years, where will you be in the next 6 years? Exactly the same place. You can change. You can take action. I understand. You might think, Swami, this is a timetable. I mean, come on. What are you talking about? Give us something more meaty, right? Something more appealing to the intellect. I want something heavy, something that I can really get my hands into. Timetable? Seriously? I know you're feeling that way, but I will guarantee to you, I promise to you, start with the basics. Get the basics right. The rest will follow. Get the basics right. Make sure you have at least a couple of goals. You'll all have worldly goals. By the end of this year, I want to get myself motion. By the end of the year, I'm going to buy the house. By the end of this next 6 months, I'm going to buy my car. Right? You'll all have your goals. These are all worldly goals. Why can't you have goals that are Nibbana centric? Goals that are going to get you to your real goal. Why isn't one of your goals, I want to extend the 15 minutes to half an hour? Why do you still not have it there? Why doesn't it have, I want to spend this many hours a day listening to the sermons? Why don't you have it in there? Why don't you have it in your goals to sit down with your children once a week, at least once every fortnight, and ask them, Puta, tell me, how did you apply the Dhamma in your life today, this week, the last 2 weeks? Why don't you have it in your goals? If you don't, it's time to change. Don't parents find the time to sit down with their children and ask them about school? Oh no, you're too old, too busy for that now, right? Overtime? Working weekends? No time for children. Change. Right? If you have the time, folks, to talk to your children and ask them, see, show me your homework, show me your grades. Right? If you have the time to do that, then I urge you, find the time to talk to them about the Dhamma. As a father, how pleased will you be with yourself? What a great thing you can do for your children if you can find time, right, once every fortnight. If you can't do it every day, right, once every 2 weeks, sit down with them. Get your children around the table. Right? Talk to them. And I have urged parents in the past to teach your children about the Arahants that used to live in the past, the great elders. And if I remember right, I even recommended some videos that you could go and watch. Venerable Kiribat Guranyanananda Thero. He's produced some fantastic videos about the Arahants. About the great elders Sariputta, Moggallana, Kashyapa. All it takes is going on YouTube, just Googling their names in. Now what a fantastic thing to have done. Download them. Get your children to watch them. And every once in a while, sit down with them and ask them, Puta, talk to me. What happened at school, right? That time when you had a fight with someone at school you told me about yesterday or last week. How did you apply the Dhamma? How could you have the Dhamma? If it's not in your goals, well, get it in. Change. Because then, you will not need to regret one day. Otherwise, one day you will regret. One day you will come up to me and say, Swami Nuhansa, I should have, I could have, but I didn't. I should have, I could have, but I didn't want to. That day, your children will not listen to you. They'll have left you behind. They'll not hear what you have to say. Now to change them. But while they're still young, while they're still obedient, while they're still wanting to hear what you have to say, take the time, folks. You really must. And how many of you and others who are not here even have come up to me and talked to me about the things that you should have done with your children, but you didn't. I don't want to find you in that situation. It doesn't please me to hear those stories. So make it a goal. Give them goals. Your children are, they're quite comfortable using the internet. Right? Go on YouTube. Type the names of the Arahants. Download those videos. Get the audios or whatever and get them to listen to it. And ask them to make a note. It's something I do with our young monks at the monastery. I tell them, go and listen to some of these sermons about the Arahants or read their books. There's a gentleman called Mr. Gayan Chanuka Vidana Patirana who's produced a large number of excellent books on the lives of the Arahants and Arahant nuns. Their life stories, how they spend their lives, the things that they were able to accomplish and the obstacles and the challenges that they faced. So you have it in written form, you have it in audio, video form. Right? So make it one of their goals to do that. Give them a task. You're their parent, of course you can do it. Get your children to understand that to win your praise, they have good. They have to show that they are practicing the Dhamma. They have to be able to demonstrate how they have applied the Dhamma into their lives. Because right now all they know is, if I get good grades, my father is going to be very pleased with me. If I be number one, if I be the first in class, my mother will be very proud of me. That's all they know right now. So all they do, all they expend their time and energy is in becoming the first in class at whatever it is. And the things that they sacrifice are not worth it. Teach them the value of life. Show them what their potential is. Show them what they're capable of. Help them understand that. For your child's next birthday, why don't you get them a book on the Arahants? If it's your daughter, get them a book on the nuns, the great nuns they used to live. Just the other day I was on Amazon just searching for it, if there were any English books that I could get hold of. And again, I think Venerable Kirivat Goranyananda Thero, he's produced some books and I found them on Amazon in English. And I thought, wow, that's great, because I was struggling to find some books in English. It's fantastic. See, it's all available there. It's all out there. Just make use of it. So easy to do, and so easy not to do. Your children are so innocent. They don't know what's right or wrong, particularly given the influences that they're having from everyone else around them. They can't figure out right from wrong, because all they're being fed with are the wrong things. Well, you have to be responsible for that. Help them to figure out right from wrong. Help them to make the right decisions. You can do that. You must do it. It's not a choice. You must. Otherwise, I'm going to have to ask you, why did you bring them into this world? That's going to be a very tough question. You're going to start sweating when I ask you that question. Why did you bring them into this world? If you haven't got the balls to take the courage to take responsibility for their well-being, for making sure that they put their life to good use. So, make sure you have purpose, folks. Remember, it's not about the destination. What matters is who you become in the making. Because an Arahant isn't born overnight. It's the process that makes one an Arahant. It's the process that makes one an Anagami or a Sakrudagami. It's the process. The process of shedding the defilements and inculcating the values. It's the process that matters. It's going through the process that matters. Whether you get to the end goal or not, don't worry about that. I tell you, don't worry about it. Just make sure you're doing what you need to do now, today. Just worry about that. Let the result worry about itself. Then, make sure you have a good philosophy to life. Throw away your list of complaints. Don't be a moaner, don't be a complainer. Be grateful for what you have and make the most of it. I have often said, I don't want to hear you complain about old age or the fact that you're a man or a woman or whatever, right? I have children, Swaminatha, I can't do this. I'm married, Swaminatha, so I can't do this. Rubbish. It's just nonsense in my ears. Easy for you to say, Swaminatha, I'm a lay person, so I can't do this. All I hear is, bah. It's rubbish. Throw all those excuses away. Is that how you got to where you are today? By complaining? Oh, by taking action. You took action. You faced the challenge, you picked up your guts, plugged up the courage, and you went for it. Through hard work and resilience and dedication and commitment and good discipline, you achieved the result you wanted. Are you not all evidence of that? The fact that if you put in the hard work, if you put in the labor, if you put in the dedication and the commitment and the hours that you need, that you can achieve whatever you want to achieve. Are you not evidence of that? Tell me, if a man can become a Buddha, okay? If an ordinary person can become a supreme Buddha, becoming an arahant is peanuts. Is a piece of cake. Yes or no? Of course. If an ordinary person can become a supreme Buddha, becoming an arahant is a walk in the park, compared to becoming a supreme Buddha. What I'm asking you to do is not to become a supreme Buddha. Hell, don't. Not now. Now's not the time for that. It will be in a 2,500 years. If you want to wait for that long, then be my guest. But not now. Now there's a raft to get you to the other side. But this raft is not going to be there forever. 2,500 years from now, you will have to build a new raft. You'll have to build a new oar. And then you'll have to learn to use this oar to get to the other side. To paddle this oar to get to the other side. You'll need to learn all these things. But right now, you don't need any of that, because all the knowledge, all the experience is available to you. So make use of it. I'm asking you to become an arahant. And even that I'm saying, no, don't worry about it. Just do what you need to do right now, today, in this moment. You will become an arahant. Don't be an arahant. No. Just let it happen. Let nirvana happen. What you need to do now is not attaining Nibbana. What you need to do now is to be mindful. This is the Satara Satipatthana. Contemplate on your thoughts. Are you doing things that are inclined towards raga, dvesha, moha? Are you still sensing pleasure in the world? And if you do, what do you do about it? You just let it happen and go by? Oh, so be it. Pleasure. Oh, okay. I have no problem with pleasure arising in your mind. That's not what I'm faulting you for. What I will fault you for is if you say that's okay. If you don't do anything about it. When you're you, let's go enjoy sensual indulgence. Let's go and seek sensual pleasures. You know, a thought that came to mind recently as I had sat down for meditation, right? You know how people seek pleasure by smell, taste and touch, and when the other object is another person, right? When was the last time you found yourself sniffing parts of your body for pleasure? When the last time you found yourself smelling parts of your body? When was the last time you found yourself doing that? Or when was the last time you found licking parts of your own body for pleasure? Yeah, probably. They do that. I'm asking, as a human being, when was the last time you found yourself doing it? No, you don't do that kind of thing, do you? So if you can't find pleasure in doing such things to your own body, how do you think someone else can do it to your body and find pleasure? You're a man and there's a woman. I asked the woman, "Madam, when was the last time you licked yourself for pleasure?" She says, "What?" Then I have to turn to the man and ask him, "Well, sir, she says she can't lick herself and find pleasure. What do you think that you can get that out of her?" When was the last time you touched your hand for pleasure? This is not a source of pleasure. So if you can't find pleasure in your own body, how can someone else find it in your body? Because this is what we talk about karma, right? Smell, taste and touch. The three primary sources of pleasure. This is what people who indulge in sensual pleasure seek. Through smell, taste and touch. They seek pleasure in other people or other objects, right? And the body being another object for all intents and purposes in our conversation. You can't find it in your own body, then how can someone else find it in your body? In any part of your body. But don't people do that? Smell themselves for pleasure, but they go smelling someone else for pleasure. I've seen dogs do that. Yes, you're right. They go sniffing other dogs for pleasure. Madness. This is why I say sensuality is nothing but the fabrication of the mind. It's a complete concoction, a made-up thing in the mind. It's delusion. You make it up, and then enjoy it. You're enjoying a made-up world. It's a dream. It's a fantasy. That's why they call sensual fantasies. I use the word sensual. You know the other word. Fantasies. A fantasy is a made-up thing. It's not real. So when your mind asks for such indulgences, I agree, right? Your mind will ask for it. Unless you have become an anagami by now, your mind will ask for it. I'm not faulting you for that, because you can't help the fact that you're not an anagami yet, right? But if you are okay with that, and if you don't do anything about it, now I will blame you for that. That is wrong. Yes, sir. For survival? Okay. I think people do. So true. Look at what sensual indulgences have, where it has taken us, how much it has undermined us. We have lost value in being human. Yes, madam.
So I get this particular sensation in my mind, not at the top comes, and I can't help it, because I can stop any other action or even a word coming up, as we discussed before. So the thought that seems to arise when we are meditating, what do you mean? Are you saying, hey, you shouldn't, this is not giving you pleasure? Is that what we need to do in meditation? When that thought arises, why do you even go there and tell the mind that this shouldn't be, or just like ignore it?
Okay. So I'll repeat the question for the benefit of those who are listening in. So when you experience a moment like that, where your mind is either asking for pleasure or sensing pleasure, then I think the question you ask is, what do you do about it? Especially when you're sat down for meditation, you go back and ask yourself, why did you feel that way? Or do you just ignore it? I think that was the essence of the question. Did I capture that correctly, madam?
I would not do it. But for it not to repeat.
Yeah. Sure. So what do you do to stop it from again? Remember, your mind will keep running to where it's attached. Wherever the mind is attached to, that's where you'll find the mind running. Okay? The best analogy I can give you is like at a crime scene, when the police turn up, and if you can't find the perpetrator, usually they'll bring a police dog. So what they do to the dog is they let the dog sniff some article of clothing or something like that they find at the crime scene, and then they let the dog loose. Right? So then the dog runs, and what do the policemen do? They run after it. Because now the dog can sniff, and using its sense of smell, it will go and find the last known or sensible location of where the perpetrator might have been. Your mind is like that. When you let your mind loose, your mind's going to go running. It's going to go running and it will stop where it's attached. So wherever your mind likes to spend time, likes to dwell, these are the places where you are still attached to. Of course, it's Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana, but it might be something you watched on TV last night, it might be a favorite person that you might have, it might be an activity that you have always enjoyed doing, or maybe something that you like to eat, right? Whatever the case might be. Ultimately, to the mind, this is Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana, but your mind goes and stops there because that's what it's attached to. Now, we do know what is suffering? Attachment is the cause of suffering. Because I say so. No, good. Because we understand that this is very pragmatic, right? And attachment is the cause of suffering. Now we have just found where the mind is attached to, or what the mind is attached to. Then we have to ask our mind the question, it's the mind asking the mind really, it's an interrogation. The mind asking the mind, why are you attached? Because we have to get to the root of attachment and then treat it there. Yes. So, why are you attached? Let's take an example, right? Okay, let's say, on my way to work yesterday, I saw this girl standing at the bus, and I thought she was quite attractive. Okay, now I simply can't get her out of my mind. I spent the whole day working, and nothing but this images or memories of the girl keeps coming back. When I come home, I can't do anything else. I can't watch TV. No matter what I do, it's just that memory keeps coming back to mind. So what do I do? I said, don't leave the day, don't close the day on a guilty conscience. Right? So, excellent question. So what do we do now? You're about to close the day, you've done everything you need to do for the night. Now, before you go to bed, or before at least you're in bed, but before you actually switch off, you can now contemplate what happened. What you saw was only the pleasurable side. This is now the time to actually use insight, penetrate. What appears on the top, what appears on the surface, this is now the opportunity to penetrate. See actually what actually went on. What actually went on? Why did the mind attach to this? Now you see, ask the mind, okay, Mr. Mind, or Miss Mind, Mrs. Mind, however you want to address your mind. Mind, why did you find that pleasurable? No, because she was very attractive. What do you mean attractive? Well, I thought she was quite pretty. She had lovely long hair. I liked her lipstick. I liked her eyes. I liked the way she had dressed. She had a very nice stance. All these things that I found quite attractive. So then you ask the mind, okay, let's talk about the hair, for instance. So long hair is attractive. Is that what you're saying? The mind says, yes, long hair is attractive. Then you ask the question, why is long hair attractive? The mind will say, well, it just is attractive. No, you can't say just is attractive. Well, Archie has long hair. You don't find her attractive, thankfully. Right? But you found this girl attractive. Why? Well, I don't know. Long hair is simply attractive. No, I'm not going to settle for that. Why was long hair attractive? In other words, you're seeing this as being pleasurable, joyful and essential. Right? This is why you want to keep going back and reminisce that event. This is why the mind always keeps going back to the past, bringing those memories into the future and wanting to relive that experience. This is what's going on right now. This is where raga comes in. So the mind is actually dwelling on that instance, on that event. Doesn't want to live in the present moment. It wants to go back and live in the past event. What happened? Why did this happen? Now the mind is to give an answer, a reasonable answer. Because the mind is simply saying, because it was attractive. Why attractive? No answer. But then you have the Dhamma. Now you apply the Dhamma. Now you explain to the mind, if you don't know why you found it attractive, let me explain to you. And will you listen please and shut up. Right? So you talk to the mind. So you tell the mind, right, have you never seen a girl with short hair and thought she was attractive? Yes, I have seen such girls. So it's not the hair that was, whether it was long or short, that you found attractive then. There are other girls where you had short hair and you found her attractive. Long hair you find attractive. And as I said, grandma has long hair and you don't find her attractive. But you tell me that the hair is attractive? Okay, you have a point. Carry on, the mind says. The only reason that you thought that was attractive is because you were vexing. As you were walking on the road, you were always vexing to see someone with long hair, or to see someone of such, dressed in a certain way, certain color, right, certain complexion. You're always vexing for that. This is why when you're walking, you're always looking around. It's like a radar. When am I going to find what I'm looking for? Always scanning, right? Am I going to find it now? Always scanning. So the scanner stopped the moment it picked up what it was looking for. So you were vexing for this. And as the moment you saw this girl, you took the image of her, that sense impression, you compared to what you thought was pretty, what you thought was attractive, what you thought was good looking and pleasurable. Now in your comparison, you found that most of what you're seeing right now compares and agrees with what you believe is attractive, what you find is good looking. But you do know, mind, that there are other people who find long hair unattractive. Just look around. Look in the audience. How many of you have short hair? Why? Because not everyone finds long hair attractive. So then, attractiveness is not something that is in the length of hair, or the color of hair, or the complexion, or the way that someone dresses. Why are you all dressed so different? Right? So this is your conversation you're having with the mind. Right? Your mind talking to itself, essentially. You're actually preaching. This is a sermon you're doing right now. You're giving a sermon to your mind. You don't have to do Samanta Chakkavalesu and any of that. Right? Don't worry about that. Just get to the crux of it. Okay? Please don't invite the gods, because they'll start throwing up. Right? Knowing the things that you're attracted to. So it's best not invite them. So you're having this conversation with your mind and explain to the mind, this is what's really going on. You took this drushti, that this was attractive. Someone gave you this view. Someone gave you this notion, this idea that long hair is what's good looking. Then you took that on board. You accepted it. Like a fool, you accepted it. You accepted this, and then, having taken on this impression, having taken on this idea, this concept that long hair is what's good looking, that moment on, you start now looking for people with long hair, or girls with long hair, because that's what you think is attractive. Now you start that engine. That engine is now running, always seeking, always searching. So the moment you find someone who fits the bill, the search stops. This vexatious searching process temporarily at least comes to a halt. And when you bring the engines to a stop, you can now give out a sigh. Found it. That relief from that vexation, that stress of looking for something you wanted is now relieved. Of course, this is what you experience as pleasure. But you think through foolishness that it was the sight that brought you pleasure, it was the long hair, you believe that the attractiveness is something that was out there. But it's not out there, and we can give you evidence of that. I can give you evidence of that. So of course, this is you talking to your mind, right? I can give you evidence of that. As a young child, or as a young boy, as a young girl, a very young boy, did you find girls with long hair attractive? Actually, no, I didn't. So it was something you picked up with age, didn't it? Yes, it was something I picked up. So if long hair is what's attractive, then surely it should have been attractive from day one. But no, that wasn't the case. People that you created, TV channels that you watch, movies and other things that you listen to, adverts you watched and looked at and learned from, these are the things that taught you that long hair is what is good looking. I use long hair, you can, of course, substitute that with anything. Right? Short hair, wide nose, wide lips, right? Thick lips, full lips, whatever, right? You can substitute that with anything. I'm just using one example. So it's not the object that brought you pleasure. You were vexing for it, and that relief from vexation is what brought you pleasure. So the mind goes then, I see, you have a point there. So I was vexing beforehand, and therefore it's the relief from vexation that brought me pleasure. Aha, absolutely, you got it now. So then you tell the mind, do you realize then, you were suffering previously, then you saw it, and then you were relieved from suffering. There was no pleasure, it was just reduction in pain. Then you can give examples of the things that you have listened to in sermons. Headache. Would you rather no headache or headache and then treat it? Which would you rather have? Would you have a rash and enjoy scratching it, or not having a rash at all? I think in one of the meditation sermons you asked me that very question, madam. How can you explain something like this to a young child who is sometimes fixed on in their views and opinions about pleasure? Right? So you can ask the mind in much the same way. Would you rather have no pain at all, or have the pain and then treat the pain and enjoy the relief from pain? Which would you rather have? And any fool is going to have to say, of course, I would rather not have the pain to begin with. Well, the only way that you could have found that beautiful, found that attractive, found that pleasurable is because you were vexed for it beforehand, and that it was a relief from vexation that happened. So do you see now that because of that drushti that you took on board, because of that view that you took on board, the only thing that happened to you was that you started vexing. You were put into a state of vexation, you were put into a state of mental frustration. When you saw the sight, what happened was you were relieved from that vexation, and this is how you sensed pleasure. Is there an alternative explanation to pleasure? You ask the mind. Do you have an alternative explanation to how you found that pleasurable? The only thing the mind can come back and say, well, the object is pleasurable. No, we've already covered that ground. You cannot say that the object is pleasurable because I've already proven to you there are other people who don't find it pleasurable. Besides, as a young child, you didn't think that long hair was pleasurable. In fact, your mother had a bob cut. Right? But over time, the friends you associated, the people you hung out with, they started to tell you that long hair is attractive. So this is how you picked up that view. And then based on that view, what was the view after all? That this is pleasurable. Right? So of course we're talking about Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana at that level, if you want to go down to that level. But even if you don't go down to that level, you can contemplate this on various levels, depending on how much depending on your level of comprehension of the Dhamma. You can go down to Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana, or you can leave it at sight, sound, smell, taste, touch, whichever. It doesn't matter really. To begin with, it doesn't matter. As your understanding and comprehension improves, then you can start going down to, ultimately this is all Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana, which arise and pass away. So the moment you attach yourself to something, the next moment you're vexing. What's the best torture device? Attachment. What else does attachment bring you other than torture? Does attachment bring you anything other than mental torture? No. Attachment is pointless. Take this betel leaf. Can you see it? Okay, now if your mind was rid of attachment, would you still not see it? So what purpose is attachment serving? What good is it serving? Absolutely none. Because you would see it with or without attachment. Right? You don't need attachment to see this. You'd still see it. The only thing that's going to happen to your mind is because of attachment, now you want to see this. Therefore, when I move it out of the way, now when you can't see it, now your mind starts to vex. So you're torturing yourself because of attachment. Did you have a question, sir? Yes. The drushti or the view was taken on board that the Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana, and hopefully you'll now have come up to speed on what I'm talking, what I mean when we talk about Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana, right? Because ultimately the mind can only perceive that. Your eyes can see a betel leaf, but your mind can't see a betel leaf, remember? Yeah, the mind can only see the five aggregates: Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara and Vijnana. It's only your eye that can see this. I've used the example of a computer that can only understand binary code, zeros and ones. You can have an MP3 file of an audio file, or you can have a scanned image, or JPEG file, or GIF file, or file, but ultimately the computer will only understand zeros and ones. So your mind will only understand Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. You can use all these scanners. What scanners? Eyes, nose, ears, tongue, and the body. These are all scanners, always scanning the environment. Scanning for what? Sight, sound, smell, taste and touch. When it's scanning, well, it's going to take in inputs. So it uses these peripheral devices and takes all these inputs and goes and puts it in memory bank. But before that, it goes into the CPU, which is your mind, and now that only reads zeros and ones, because the basic algorithms that can only work on zeros and ones, binary. So the mind will only do that on Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. This is why we only talk about that, really, a lot of the time. And why we don't spend a lot of time talking about sight, sound, smell, taste and touch. We started talking about this Nyaya Dhamma, the doctrine. We used to talk about sight, sound, smell, taste, touch. In the previous sermons, if you remember, we used to talk about at that level. But then, when it began to really, this doctrine, when we started to tap into it, we realized that with the mind arising and passing away, the mind can only attach to Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana and nothing else. Therefore, if you are attached to this, why talk about this? You're attached to this. How much time shall we spend talking about this? How much time would you like to spend talking about this? You're attached to this. Attachment brings you suffering. So, let's all talk about this. Even that would be meaningless, essenceless, futile. That would also be attiti haraiti jiguchati. What? But this, when you're attached to this. I'm using an analogy here, of course, right? You do understand that this is not what you're attached to. As ultimately, whether it's the mic or the beetle leaf or whatever, it's Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. What was Rupa again? It's the sense impressions. Right? Your eye leaves a sense impression on the mind. So it's not the sight you saw, but an impression of it. It's like a photograph. It's neither the object nor not the object. It's an impression of the object that is left in the mind. And based on that sense impression, other mental factors, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara and Vijnana come into being. Vijnana being the amalgamation of the other four. Vedana is like the notification, right? I've just seen something, I've just heard something, I've just smelled something, I've just tasted something, I've just sensed something. That's your Vedana, notifications. Like you get on your phone, tick, 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 right? You know something's coming. Or someone walks in, you have a visitor, what do? They knock. When they knock, you know someone's here. So what's the next thing you need to figure out? Who's here? First you know someone's here, next you need to figure out who's here. That's Sanya. So Vedana followed by Sanya. Who's here? Now you need to go figure out who's here. So for that you open the door and you look at their face and then you know who's here. So you recognize them. To know who's here, to recognize them, so remember it's recognize. The cognition happened before. Now you are doing a recognize. So you go back into your memory. Do you have something that matches this? You ask your mind. Oh yeah, this is Dad. Okay, great. Now I know. Safe. That's the recognition or recognition. So that's the Sanya. And also along with that comes the Sankara. All the things that you can do with this person or this object, whatever. Because sometimes people are attached to the Sankara more so than the other things. Sometimes people are attached to the Sankara. So, when it comes to food, madam, how do you reflect? Is that okay? It will. So, okay, right? We all have this disease. It's an infection. It's run all over. It's going to take a while to it. Provided you are treating it with the right medicine, one day you will be completely cured. But it will take time. So let's take the example there of an item of food. My favorite is papadam. Why do I talk papadam? Because it encompasses all 5. Sight, smell, taste and touch. So, when I say papadam, when I give you that sanya, right? The moment I mention that word, now you all have an image of a papadam in your mind. Yes or no? Yes. Some will have rice in it, like our mothers used to feed us when we were children, right? You fill it with rice and then eat it, right? Have you all done that? So these are all sankhara, right? And the noise that it makes and the way you crunch it, right? So let's take the papadam example. Now you will feel that a papadam is pleasurable. So how do we attack this wrong view? Okay? So if you believe that a papadam is pleasurable, whenever you see a papadam or whenever you smell, right? Sometimes you walk home and you can smell Amma is frying papadams. So you run to the kitchen, Amma, are you frying papadam today? Right? And the smell can be pleasurable. There was one point where we took on the fact that a papadam was a pleasurable item of food. We took that on board. Now this could have happened in one of 2 ways. One, someone comes up to you and says that a papadam is pleasurable, joyful and essential. In other words, nitya sukha atta. That there is pleasure in the papadam, so have it and you will experience the pleasure. That's one way. The other way is, someone asks you, would you like a papadam? If you've never known papadams before that, now you go into a state of vexation. What is a papadam? The curious mind starts asking these questions. What is a papadam? You're talking to me about papadam. What is a papadam? Now when you're in that state of vexation, someone brings you a papadam and says, this is a papadam. What happens then? You are relieved from your vexation. You don't know what it smells like, you don't know what it tastes like, you don't know what it feels like, nothing. And in fact, more so than what it looks like, you know what a papadam is now. The idea of a papadam is now in your mind. Until this point, you didn't know what a papadam was. Therefore you were vexing. Right? Yes, the curiosity has rest. Because you are curious, what is a papadam? Curiosity is not a pleasurable feeling. That's why when you are curious about something, what do? You use the world's best inventions. Remember we talked about this? Man's best invention? What is it? Questions. What questions? What? Why? When? Who? Where? Which? Why? Why are these the world's best inventions? Because you relieve yourself from the vexation of curiosity. Because had it not been for these questions, you something and you'd go. If the word what or and why was not in the vocabulary, how would you relieve yourself? You wouldn't be able to relieve yourself. So thank humankind, they have so kindly come up with these questions that you can now use to relieve yourself so easily from vexation, right? So we have humanity to thank for that. So anyway, they come up with these. Think about an arahant. This might sound jovial, but seriously, you tell an arahant the word papadam. He's never seen one, he's never heard of one before. He'll go, okay. Why? I'm curious. Yes. He either looks at it from that level, or he understands that even if whatever it might be, it's not something that's going to bring me pleasure. So why do I bother about it? If it's not going to be a source of pleasure, and if it's not going to be a source of pain, then why do I bother about it? The times when we care about something out there is either it brings me pleasure. If it brings me pleasure, I want more of it. If it brings me pain, then I don't want any of it. Right? This is how we interact with the world. Something on in the States, it's in the newspaper, it's on news. Now you want to know about it. Why? Because knowing about the world brings you pleasure. Knowing what's going on, this feeds your curiosity. But when you have understood that, and when you have really comprehended that there is nothing there that can bring me pleasure, then you don't need to find out about it. There are lots of things as an adult you don't spend time trying to find out, right? For example, when I was a really young kid, I'm still a kid, but when I was a really young kid, I was very curious about things like, when someone brought me a toy, if someone got me a toy, it wouldn't last for very long. Because I was very curious about what goes on the inside. So if it was something, a mechanical toy, my habit was getting hold of a screwdriver and unscrewing all the screws and pulling out the guts of it and then finding out what was going on the inside. And then of course I would put it back, leaving out several screws which I figured they didn't need us place. So I always wondered why they had put them in there. So that's how it happened. But I was so curious. But with age, I'm not so curious, right? I don't care really how an air conditioner works. It works. So that's enough for me. Because with age we learn to be satisfied with some things and not be so curious about some things, but we begin to become more curious about other things. So politics and the economy, how people lived and breathed and talked, these were the things that aroused my curiosity when I was a young child. But as growing up, my curiosity has changed. So, anyhow, whatever you find as being pleasurable, this is what you then go on to attach to. Not find, but rather you have been indoctrinated. So someone puts this vision, this view into your mind that this certain item, this particular item is pleasurable. Therefore, you need it. You really must have it. In other words, this is simply advertising. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Then it's fine. Yes. The problem is, even if that was the only thing to eat, okay? If you still found the taste pleasurable, there's a problem. A cake or any item of food, even going back to papadam, right? Or the cake in this instance, any item of food can bring you pleasure, of course, but not mental pleasure. It can bring you physical pleasure in terms of relieving you of hunger. Remember, I think last week I talked to you about the pratyaksha, that we recite and contemplate more than recite. We contemplate before we take food. Why do I take this food? One, it relieves me of my hunger. Two, if I have any malnutrition or any ailments that may be due because of malnutrition, then I'm able to put them off by taking this food which has the necessary nutrients, right? So this is the contemplation that I do. But to expect or to believe that a cake or a slice of cake or a biscuit or papadam or fried rice or whatever it might be brings me mental pleasure, now there's a problem. Because that is not true. It cannot be. Why? And how do we know this? A very simple example would be different people find different items of food pleasurable. Remember I talked about my relationship with Mallum? As a kid, I hated it. Green leaves. You make a salad out of it, you chop it up into fine bits, and then you add coconut and sugar and things like that. Not sugar, bastol and lemon. Right? So you make mallu. As a young kid, I absolutely hated it. But then growing up, I learned that actually, this is a really good food. Right? It gives you all the nourishment you need, gives you your fibers, it gives you vitamins, right? Gives this, that and the other. And then I slowly and gradually learned to like it. I learned to like it. They say an acquired taste. Well, really, every taste is an acquired taste. Not the taste. When people say taste, what they mean is pleasurable taste, right? People like Marmite, others don't like Marmite. It is one of those you love or you hate, right? You either love Marmite or you hate Marmite. People, it's a very common expression, right? You either love Marmite or you hate Marmite. How so? If Marmite was something that was so pleasurable, then everyone should love it. Or everyone should hate it. for one to love and for to hate, then it cannot be something to do with the object. It cannot be something to do with the food. It has to be subjective, not objective. What does it mean? It's an attribute or a characteristic of the object. That's what objective means. What does subjective mean? It's a characteristic or an attribute of a person that's experiencing it. That's what subjective means. So beauty is what? Objective or subjective? Beauty? Subjective. Pleasurable taste? Subjective. Taste? Objective, of course. A betel leaf will have a peculiar taste. That is the taste that is unique to a betel leaf. But some people find it pleasurable. Some people find it disgusting. That's a subjective thing. But the taste of a betel leaf in itself, the pure taste of a betel leaf, is objective. Recently I did some research on how because of course science advances, so I need to make sure that any science-y stuff that I say in my sermons is accurate, right? So I did some reading up lately on how the tongue experiences taste. And I was startled to encounter that actually they've come up with a fifth taste. Believe you me, they have come up with a fifth taste. So previously there used to be the primary four tastes. Remember? Sweet, sour, salty, and bitter. Right? Now, the culinary world has come up with a fifth taste. They call it umami. You can go and do some research if you fancy, because if you're curious, then it will help you. It will relieve yourself from vexation. Right? So that's my homework. Relieve yourself from vexation. Yes, Buddha? Yes. Yes. So I did a bit of research into that, and alongside what you mentioned there, they said use glutamic acid, which played most of the, which gave the most of that taste, and they said that MSG or monosodium glutamate was the chief item of food which gives you this taste. Okay, so this taste is called umami. Okay, umami. Now, then I went on to do a little bit more research because I was curious, but I wanted to really figure out, hang on, because I need to be accurate in when I give you descriptions of how science works and how the mind operates with that. And they said, in this description, they had the tongue and they had pointed out the sections of the tongue where you were able to taste sweet and salt and sour and bitter. But in none of these descriptions were they able to point out where umami could be sensed on the tongue. So I continued my exploration, and then I came across something I found so interesting. They said, umami, the best marketing gimmick of the culinary world. People who wanted to sell items of food, such as, because of course, there was a lot of hoo-ha about using MSG in food and how it was a carcinogenic and it was not something to be using, etc., etc., etc. A lot of the videos that I watched that was relating to this bit of study was going on to say that what they tried to express was, we used to think that MSG was not so bad, but actually it's overall, because it gives you this fifth taste, without which you would not be able to enjoy your food. And people, there were chefs, or at least look-alike chefs, who come on stage and, dressed in a very, in their chef attire, and they talk, this is how you can taste it. Put it into omelets and put into this, put into that, and this is the meaty taste that you get in food. And I was contrasting that with the article, which said best marketing gimmick of the century. They have discovered a fifth taste. Ultimately, they're saying this is what the yumminess in food. What is umami? The yumminess in food. So do you see how they have now attributed pleasurable taste to the item of food? Now they are trying to convince you that actually pleasurable taste is not in the mind, it's actually in the food. Therefore, if you want pleasurable food, come to us, because we've got it. Now, someone who has no understanding of the Dhamma, someone who does not understand that is relief from vexation, what are they going to take on board? Pleasure is in the food. Pleasure is in the sight. Later on, they're going to come up with even more things, like actually beauty is in the person. Beauty is in the object, and they'll call it something else. They'll say pleasure is in the sound, is in the smell, is in the taste, and of course now they have taste. They'll cover the other four senses also. Just you wait and see. Previously, they used to say beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, and then they'll change it in the future. Say, no. Beauty is in L'Oreal. Beauty is in this bar of soap. So apply it on your body, and then you will be beautiful. Beauty is in the toothpaste. So brush your teeth with it, and you will have a beautiful set of teeth. There's no refuge without the Dhamma. But not once did they say, this is where on the tongue you can sense your mind. So again, going back to the question you asked, madam. All these items of food, pretty much everything, doesn't have to be items, when we say items of food, we're talking about items of food that is as humans, right? But anything can be an item of food. Wood, that's an item of food for termites. We don't eat it, but they eat it. So it's an item of food. So practically anything and everything is an item of food. There are ground worms. What do they eat? Earthworms? They eat mud. So of course, item of food. Anything is an item of food. They all have a taste. Apo, tejo, vayo, patavi, varna, gandha, rasa, oja. This is the pure octad. Rasa. This is taste. So they have taste. All items, everything has taste. So the problem is not sensing taste. The problem is when you sense a particular taste as being pleasurable or disgusting. Equally. They're equally erroneous and flawed perceptions. If you like sweet, then whenever you get to eat something sweet, you'll find that pleasurable. But some people, they don't like sweet. Some people like savory. Others don't like savory. Right? Spicy food, some people don't like it. They're all acquired tastes. What does acquired mean? Well, you acquire it through this drushti, through views that have been implanted in your mind. This is pleasurable. Oh, really? Now you start vexing. See, if this is the first, if none of you, if you never tasted the beetle leaf before, and I tell you, you know what? This beetle leaf, you only use it to operate in the Swami Mahamsa, right? You invite him to do a sermon. You ever tasted it? The moment I say that, now you start vexing. And imagine if we had an audience of Westerners, right? People who come from England and America and those countries where I assume that beetle leaf is something that they would have generally tasted, right? So an audience of Westerners says, you've offered this to the Swami Mahamsa for the sermon, but have you ever tasted this? I'll tell you, they won't be able to listen to the sermon from there, because their mind's going to be, what does it taste like? What does it taste like? And then at the end of the sermon, I look this way and that way, and this will be gone. Why? Because everyone will want to know what beetle leaf tastes like. Now, when you taste the beetle leaf ultimately, some of you will find it pleasurable. Even if it's the first time you're tasting it, some of you may find it disgusting. That's possible. I can sing all the praises about it, but even if it's the first time you're tasting it, you can still find it disgusting. The way that happens is because this, it will have the four basic tastes: sweet, sour, salty, and but you're already indoctrinated You already have views about those 4 basic tastes and their combinations. So if you all have this, let's say this is more bitter than salty. Okay, so on the spectrum, if you were to draw out what betel leaf tastes like on a spectrogram, right? You have sweet, sour, bitter, and salty. Right? That spectrogram is going to incline more towards one of the tastes, and let's say it's inclined more towards bitter than the other taste. You are already indoctrinated that bitter is not a good taste. So that is already present in your mind. All I said was this was tasty, but you already view that bitter is not a good taste. You don't find it pleasurable. Therefore, even if it's the first time you're tasting this, the moment this touches your tongue, you go, no, that's bitter. I don't like it. Now, we used to have a very young monk at the monastery. One day we asked him to give us a sermon, right? I think he was only about the age of 9. So we asked this young monk to give us a sermon. So we all sat down on the floor, and he was in the Dharamayai, and we would listen to this sermon. So I asked him to talk about a cup of tea and how we find it pleasurable. So he goes on to speak about this tea, and he says, tea has sugar, and some people find that pleasurable, but sometimes it doesn't have sugar, and then some people don't like that pleasurable. And then he said, but the actual tea, in his words, I'll say in Sinhala, rasat naha, tittat naha. Rasat naha, tittat naha. Says, if I were to translate it into English, it will say it's not tasty and it's not bitter. So his impression of not tasty is bitter. Right? So he says, rasat naha, tittat naha. His young mind sees that bitter is how you express something that is not tasty. So from a young age, or maybe even from a long time in samsara, this is what I say, if you perform a consensus, 99% of the population will say they prefer sweet to most other tastes. Most people will like sweet compared to other tastes. So there can be lots of reasons for that. One can be, this is the primary taste that we had all experienced from a long time in samsara. From the time we came and set forth on this planet as human beings, one day, as the Brahmas who first came into the world. And then, in the scriptures it talks about the Rasa Prithviya, where the earth itself tasted like chocolate. It tasted sweet. Right? So when those early Brahmas, the bite of it sounds like mad when I say it out loud now, particularly for those who have not gone through the scriptures. When they first took a taste of it, it tasted sweet. So initially they were curious one day. What does it taste like? So when you're curious, what does it taste like? Now you take a taste of it. Now you're relieved of the curiosity which brought you pleasure, but at the same time you sense sweetness. So you attach the two together. You connect the two together, and then you come to the view, that this new and fresh view, that sweetness brought me pleasure. But actually it was the relief from that vexation of curiosity. This is why I say there are two ways you can be indoctrinated about this. One is, someone says, this is pleasurable. So you take it and you taste it and you find, actually, you know what? So you vex it, relief from vexation, and then you experience pleasure. The other way is you could actually be made curious about something. And curiosity is not a positive sensation. It's a very vexing sensation. And therefore, when that question is answered, the what is it question is answered, the how is it, the why is it, the when is it question is answered. That's why Guru Hamid says sometimes, ask me how tall Himalayas or whatever Mahameru the mountain is, and he'll just give out a random number, 335 kilometers and 0.25 kilometers. Something random. And the guy who asked the question goes, oh, thank you so much, Swaminathan, now I know what its height is. Why? Relieved from the vexation of curiosity. Was it the number that was so delightful to listen to? 300, wow, that's such a delightful number. It even had 0.25, oh. It's not the sound of the number or the number itself that was pleasurable, but you were relieved from the vexation of curiosity. So why curious then again? Why are people curious? Because when you address curiosity, what happens? Yeah, of course. Because how does one address curiosity? You have a question and the question has to be answered. That is how curiosity is addressed. What is an answer after all? Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. So it was that Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana the mind was vexing for. Then along came Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. Vexation was addressed, relieved, and that Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana left you pleasured or pleased or pleasured, right? And the connection is made in the mind incorrectly. This is a flawed connection, that it was the Rupa that brought me pleasure, the Vedana that brought me pleasure, Sanya, Sankara and the Vijnana that brought me pleasure. The example that I like to use quite often, and which really helps people understand this, is where you've lost a pair of keys. You'll have heard me say this multiple times because it really makes sense to people. You lose a pair of keys, now you go looking around for this bunch of keys. Right? You spend all day looking for it, and ultimately your kid brings you the pair of keys. Mother, is this what you were looking for? You are an angel, darling. Thank you so much for bringing me these keys. So, you experienced pleasure at that time. Well, is it the key that brought you pleasure? Had it been the keys, well, it was there yesterday on the desk and you saw it. You didn't feel the same sense of pleasure then. But following on from that, the kid sees that a pair of keys brings you pleasure. So the next day, birthday, what do you think the kid's going to get you? A bunch of keys. Why? The best he remembers, last time I got Mommy a bunch of keys. That really made her happy. So I should get her a bunch of keys. So every year from there, for your birthday, you get a set of keys. But it's not the key that brought you pleasure, was it? When you lost it, then you went into a state of mentation, frustration, agony, anxiety, any of these words. I'm not fussed on using vexation, it's just the most appropriate term that I could come across. Because I don't like to use the word suffering, because suffering has other meanings and it has various connotations. That is the dukkha side of it. This is pelima. For those of you who've come along to the Sinhala sermons, I've explained to you, pelima is pahe ellima. Right? Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. What is ellena? To attach. So, the moment you're attached to it, now pelima. Of course, I couldn't mention this in a Sinhala sermon. Right? I'll be beheaded the following day. So, the closest word I could find to this mental state is vexation. Mental state of pelima, this frustration is pelima. Because frustration doesn't really cut it. Anxiety doesn't cut it. Vexation is the best I could come across. And I'm not fussed. Come up with another word another day. If you something that is more appropriate, more suitable, we'll use it from that day forward. What matters is you get the idea. That's what matters. We can call it cats and dogs and cows and sheep. It doesn't matter. You just need to get the idea. The mind is always seeking pleasure. But pleasure is not something you can attach to because it's fictional. Remember we talked about beauty? What beauty did we say it was? Beauty is artificial. Why do people talk about natural beauty? My God, she's naturally beautiful. I don't use makeup, because why? I'm naturally beautiful. Yeah, ultimately that is what they mean, I suppose. What they're saying is, of course, I don't use any makeup, right? I don't use any additives or anything like that. What you see is what you get, right? So this is natural. That is what they call natural. But the problem I have is, I wish they stopped at I am natural. That I can agree with. It's the moment they go to the next word, I am naturally beautiful. That's wrong. No, you are artificially beautiful. That would be right. This is artificially yummy. Yes or no? What about pizza? That's what they should have on Pizza Hut. Slogan, artificially tasty. Good.
And he said, which we have accepted. So he said, try to tell us that you killed your desire for sugar. So now I've been trying playing with it. And yes, I can tell this keep saying this, but in the process, why also, and he also said a very interesting thing, that they say cake. Actually, we are addicted to the precision of sugar. But the cake, when we taste it, that is really what we are. But if we break this, we break a lot of things. So, will it help if I tell the mind not something, and I also stop eating sugar? Will it help? Because I want to cheat, but I know it's easy, but how do I?
Okay. I think so.
If I stop the liking the taste of sugar, I'll cut a lot of it. Because it's not the taste that has gone up from nicely taste. I think the attachment. Taste and sugar can have a little more.
Yeah, so, what the taste we can attach to, because ultimately the tongue can only taste sugar, sweet, salt, and sour, right, and bitter. So when you talk about cake, ultimately it's a collection or an amalgamation of all the other basic tastes, a mixture. Yeah, sure. So the thing is this. What if sugar taste didn't exist? No, but let's just imagine it didn't exist. But you still have sour, salty, and bitter. Do you think you wouldn't be attached to one or the other tastes? Then take away salt. What if salty and sugar didn't exist? Then sour and bitter would still. Right? So, no matter what, the mind will always attach itself to something, because after all, it's just going to be a source, because sugar is nothing other than a source of Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. Right? The way to break that attraction to it is really to contemplate it on that level. Because I think, so I listened to that sermon, and what Guru Handra was saying was, you ask yourself, how did I start this attraction? On what basis? Yes, on what basis? What is the foundation to this? And when you keep going back, right, you have to accept that at some point you simply picked up this notion from some external source that sugar was yummy, was tasty. And then the moment that idea went into your mind, then you started to vex for it. That vexation, you wanted somehow to relieve yourself. Some people, to break sugar addiction, right? I know some people, they refrain, they abstain from taking sugar products. They keep trying, right? I'm not going to take any sugar. And people who are diabetic. I know some people who, because they're diabetic, they will force themselves to not take sugar or sugar-related. But given the odd occasion where something that has sugar is presented to them, they will indulge in it. More so than if they had been given the same situation or the same circumstance before they were forbidden from taking sugar products. What's going on here is the mind is still vexing. The vexation has not been addressed. What's been done is artificially refraining yourself or suppressing the desires, but these are all very temporary. And what happens is, over time, this vexation keeps building up. It keeps building up until one day there's a whole landslide. So this is Pelim's Kanda. Like a Kanda, right? A mountain. So there's a landslide ultimately, and then at that moment where this sugar taste is sensed, there's an exorbitant amount of pleasure that is experienced at that time, because there's such a massed amount of vexation that is being relieved. So the only way really to address this is to retrain the mind, reprogram the mind. To reprogram the mind by going back to the basics and helping the mind figure out this view that you have taken on board is erroneous. This is baseless. You have simply accepted that something is pleasurable. On what grounds? Why do you say that sweet is pleasurable? You have no reason to say it, because ultimately it's just another taste. Sweet is a taste, sour is a taste, bitter is a taste, salt is a taste. They're simply tastes. So how come one taste is better than another taste? On what basis? On what foundation? Now the mind does not have an answer to that question. Because it can't say simply because it's more pleasurable. Well, then immediately you have the response back, well then how come some people don't find it pleasurable? Some people find other things more pleasurable. And how come sometimes, over time, people's affinity for certain tastes change? Sometimes young children, they like sweet. But as they grow up, they lose the desire for sweet and they pick up other tastes. People like savory and bitter. Some people they change like that. So if it's the sweetness that is so pleasurable and so alluring, then how come that changes between people and also within the same person over time? So that can't be the case. Because if that is the case, then of course that pleasurable feeling has to be in the object. But when you do an experiment, your control experiment will help you decide whether it's actually the object that brings you pleasure, or if it's not, then your hypothesis has been proven false. Do that experiment. Give the same taste to a sample set of people, and they're all going to come back and say, I like this taste better than the other taste. I like this better than that. So it's going to be very subjective. Well, it's just simply subjective. There's no very in there, it's just subjective. Entirely, wholly subjective. Of course, right, anyone here, possibly if you give someone something sweet, most of you will find it pleasurable. I can't use the word natural, but that's artificial. In the real sense, it's artificial. But this contemplation, what Guru Hamdru asks you to do is to ask your mind to analyze, how is it that this is pleasurable? How is that sweet is pleasurable? How come you find sweet tastier than another taste? The reason he used cake, of course, is because again, it's a mixture of all the other tastes, and the moment you sense sweet in the cake, in the mind, it was the taste of cake that brought me the sweet taste. Because, the mind is able to bridge all these gaps. And rather than simply taste the sugar and the sweet and the salt and the bitter separately, what the mind is able to do is mix all of this together and it's cake. But the tongue never tasted cake. Tongue never tasted pizza. Tongue never tasted any of these things. All the tongue tasted was sweet, sour, bitter and salt. The mind, however, is able to, because of the manasikara factor, which is going back, bringing past to the present, right? Because with every chitta, your mind is only going to be able to take one input from one taste bud. Right? If it takes sweet, it's never going to sense sweet and salt at the same time. It's never going to sense sour and bitter at the same time. It's only going to sense one at one time. But what the mind's able to do is go back to the past. As in, we're talking about fractions of seconds. Go back to the past and then, okay, there was sweet and there was sour, there was salty, there was bitter. Bring it all there, and in the present moment, relive that experience, but its own version. Its own version of it. This is another version of what actually happened. This is not the truth. It's not the truth. This is a made-up story. This is a fabrication. The mind makes it up. Your mind has never tasted pizza. Well, your tongue has never tasted pizza. It hasn't tasted chocolate, hasn't tasted anything really. All it has tasted are the 4 basic tastes. But the mind, what the mind does is goes back into the past, brings those memories, and again we're not talking about base, right? You one slice of pizza, and your mind with every thought, it's only going to take sweet, sour, salt, bitter, sweet, sour, bitter, salt, sweet, salt, 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 bitter, sweet, sweet, salt. That's how your mind's working. But now bring it all together, and now you're sensing pizza, chocolate. It's connecting all the dots. And as a bundle, it brings to the present. Yes. It's a regurgitation, absolutely. Bringing all that back and then experiencing it in the present moment. So whatever taste it might be, because for some of you it will be sweet, but for others it might be sour taste. For others it might be salt taste. It's because of this, right? A lot of people have, health problems also. Think about your kitchen at home, right? Last time you went into the kitchen, all you wanted was a drink of water. But was it simply the water that was consumed after you came back out of it while you were in there? Seriously, think about it, right? If your food could think, right? If your food could think, so your box of chocolates, your cake, your biscuits that's in your cupboards, right? If they could think, and if they could speak out loud, what would they be saying as they hear your footsteps approach the kitchen? Hide! Run and hide! You will hear cries from the kitchen. No, Christ. I said cries. Jeez, what you like? I say cries and you hear fries. This is the problem. You'll hear cries from the kitchen. The box or the cake that was opened last night. Right? This is the mother cake. The cake that's still in the box, right? That's the child cake. Right? So both cakes hear you approaching the kitchen. Now the child cake's going to the mother cake. Ammi, she's coming. Please help me. Please hide me. Now, of course, they know the kind of person you are. So the mother cake has no guarantee that she's going to be next in line, because it could be the baby cake that you go for. So the mother cake will have to say to baby cake, "Puta, sorry, I can't help it. You know what she's like. When she comes in, she wreaks havoc." Think about this. How fearful your food must be when you walk into the kitchen, when you open the fridge. In terms of what? How do you mean, madam? Yes, so the Adinava will be Are you talking about Adinava in terms of physical? Yeah, of course. Yes, so for some people, like this is why we talked about someone who's diabetic, or say smoking even, right? So you can help some people break the habit of smoking by talking to them about the consequences of smoking. But Buddhism offers a much better way of addressing that problem. A much more effective way of addressing the problem. Because when you talk about, remember, when we were first giving you sermons, we talked a lot about the hells, the 4 great hells, and what might happen if you go to the hells, and so on and so forth. That was all adinava as well. These are all consequences of indulging in sensuality and bad practices and doing the unmeritorious deeds and so on and so forth. Right? But nowadays we don't talk a lot about the 4 great hells, because actually there's a much bigger problem. In this moment, in this present moment, right? Yes, it's absolutely worthwhile contemplating on the consequences, whether that's the health or whether an item of food might do harm to your body. You might say a cake and you think that's going to give me cholesterol, it's going to give me high blood pressure, it's going to give me diabetes or whatever, and you might abstain from indulging in that. But that's very short-lived. Yeah, of course, yeah, and there's no problem with that. By all means, you can use that. But it's short-lived in the sense, one day someone comes and says, I've made a new type of cake which is much healthier. In other words, this is not going to give you any cholesterol, it's not going to give you high blood pressure, none of the bad stuff, it's only going to give you the taste. So pleasurable taste and none of the bad stuff. Now you have no excuse. Now you're going to simply have to say, well, if it's not going to give me any of the bad stuff, well, of course, I'm all up for it. But are you free from samsara now? Are you free from attachment? No. So for as long as you are able to reflect on how the mind suffers, right? Of course, so both be helpful. Until you contemplate on how it's the mind that suffers, even when you're eating this cake, or even before eating and even after eating, right? Throughout this process, the moment you're attached to the cake or whatever item of food we're talking about, the mind begins to suffer because of attachment. The arising and passing away. This is why we talk a lot about this arising and passing away business. Unless we talk about that, unless we reflect on that, all other things can be addressed with in other angles. Science has an answer. Science will come up with answers. If you say cake is unhealthy, wait, we'll make a cake that is healthy, or that is not unhealthy. None of the bad cholesterol, only the good stuff. Right? Now you can take it. These are the healthy foods. Science will come up with an answer. But the moment you say arising and passing away of the mind, attachment brings you suffering. Now science is silent. No answer. That's the root. That's the core of it. Because when you address it with that, there is no escape. With all other responses we come out with, science and technology will come up with responses. They will retaliate. But when you come up with arising and passing away of the mind, and how through attachment there's no getting out of this, science has no answer to that, because we are all caught up in that situation. So this is why I say, of course, that remember, in our previous sermons we talked about the health. But if you remember, particularly when I was doing sermons in the English sermons, it was only after a long time I started to talk about the health. Because usually Western crowd and people who have not been brought up in a culture like the Sri Lankan culture, they don't believe in health. Yeah, me of all people, out of all people, I didn't believe the first thing about the health. I said, if it's there, show me. Until then, I'm not going to believe in it. This is why I didn't become a monk. I didn't take up Buddhism as a practice until I began to realize that attachment brought me suffering. Talk to me all you like about health. I don't care. This is not why I want to practice this path. People have to be God-fearing and hell-fearing and all that fearing. When you talk about God, we're talking about karma. Right? People can be fearing of karma and people can be fearing of health, of course. Because it's there. It really is there out there. But I'll prove it to you. I can't prove to you that the hells are out there, except through the Dhamma. Through Paticca-samuppada, I can help you figure it out. But I can't give you solid evidence that it's because I can't, I don't have supernatural powers to take you on a ticket and show it and bring it back. I can't do that stuff. But I can show you with evidence that attachment brings you suffering. That you can't disprove. That cannot be disproven. Therefore, when you address at that point, everything else falls apart. No, that's an important question. It's an important and really interesting question. When you address it at that point, everything else falls apart. And this is why now we talk about Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana also. Because that's the level that's immediately next to the mind. When we talk about sight, sound, smell, taste and touch, they're much further away from the mind. Remember, it's not even the brain that picks up sight, sound, smell, taste and touch. The brain's picking up electrical signals, impulses. So it's actually the eye that's picking up sight. That's a long way away from the mind. By the time you get to the mind, we're really talking about Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. That's why we're talking about that level, because when you talk about the most basic, at the lowest level, if you break it there, then the foundation has been broken and everything on top of that falls apart. When they want to bring down large buildings, right? Demolition projects, the best thing to do is some explosives and then up at the base of the building. Because what happens then? When the base is gone, the whole thing collapses. But if you start level by level, that's going to take forever. But if you do it at the base, then the entire building collapses with only one explosion. So when we talk about Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana, that's the most basic level, the level that's immediately next to the mind. So when you break it at that level, the attachment to that level, then everything above that is gone. Gone as in the attachment to that is extinguished. So that's why we talk about that level. So this is why in your contemplation of whatever, whether it's sweet taste like the homework Guru Hamru gave, or like I said, don't close the day on a guilty conscience, right? Reflecting on incidents that might have happened throughout the day, whether it was the pretty girl that you saw at the bus halt, or whether it was a flower that you liked, or it was a movie that you watched and you thought, actually I like the look of that, or a song that you heard and you thought that I find that really interesting, really pleasurable. Right? When you reflect on that, when you contemplate on that, when you apply the Dhamma, go down to the basics. Go to the ground level, start there. Don't stop it at level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. Now you're capable of going to the ground level. Previously we might not have been, because we were talking about the top levels. Now we've gone right down to the nucleus, where all the stuff is going on. Yeah, because what we're talking is what's going on around the core, right? And it's the attachment is really to Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. Why? Because of ignorance. Ignorance being this Rupa is pleasurable, joyable, and joyful and essential. So Nitya Sukha. Vedana the same, Sanya the same, Sankara and Vijnana the same. So when you break it at that level, then everything above collapses. This is a much more efficient way of doing this. The others will work, but it will take a very, very long time. This is much more efficient. So for instance, another way of doing the same contemplation would be to reflect on seeing, smelling, hearing, tasting and feeling as being essenceless or rather unpleasant. Yes, anicca dukkha anatta. Now you could contemplate on these processes. Seeing is a process, smelling is a process, hearing is a process, tasting is a process, and sensing touch, that's another process. You can contemplate on the processes. But then you have to contemplate on each of these processes individually. So this is good doing it diagonally, or rather horizontally. Right? If you go diagonally, so this is going vertically, but if you go horizontally, now you go Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. Above that you have eye, ear, nose, tongue and body, and above that you have sight, sound, smell, taste and touch. If you go vertically, you have sight, eye, Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. Sound, ear, Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. Smell, nose, Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. That's if you go vertically. Then you have these 5 verticals to contemplate on. And of course, if you include the mind, then you have Dhamma, the mind, and Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. But if you go horizontally, now Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana is just one level. Break it at that level, and all 5 towers will collapse. Beg pardon? Yes, which is what we do with the bhavana. So when if you've come along to the meditations, particularly the ones that Guru Hamdu does during the week-long sessions, every mental every karmasthana that we use, we start with the udavima vaivima, arising and passing away in the mind of Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. Every karma starts there. Why? Because what are we trying to address with meditation? It's attachment. Attached to Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. All the other meditation objects, or all meditation objects, are derived from this core truth, this core problem. All other are derivations. Question, sir? Absolutely. Continuously, relentlessly, do this. Just keep doing this. So, yeah, because yes, of course, yes. So, giving up on the sugar is not the answer. You give up, yes, mental attachment, not the sugar. Yeah. There are some who believe that if you like a particular type of food, then don't eat it. That's not the school of thought. That's not the solution. Because if you have 5 items of food on your plate today, right? Today you are attached to, your strongest attachment is to polos. So you put that to a side. Now, next day you only serve parippu and mallum and bonji and rice. Now your strongest attachment is to bonji. So you put that to a side. Next day you have parippu and mallum and rice. Now your strongest attachment is to parippu. Put that to a side. Now you only eat with mallum and rice. Right? On the day, your strongest attachment is to mallum. Put that also to a side. On the 6th day, all you have is rice. Now, what are you next attached to? To the rice. What are you going to eat after that? The plate? Okay. So one way you can test yourself is when you have the promise of a certain food. Let's say someone asks you, can I give you some cake? What starts happening to you? Sometimes your mouth starts watering, right? And sometimes you start to feel hunger that didn't exist before that. All the acids in your body, in your stomach start to work, right? All the secretions start coming out, and the gases start to appear in your stomach, right? You start to become uneasy, and then someone says, actually, you know what? Maybe we'll have it tomorrow. No, you said have cake. So then you know that you are there's a strong urge to experience this. You want this experience. You want that indulgence. So as you practice, you can do, yes. So you can. There's 2 ways you can address this. One is you either go and eat the cake. Then you realize the reason I'm asking for this cake is not for hunger, it's because I have greed. That's why I'm asking for this cake. I'm not going to succumb to the desires of my mind, right? So my mind, Mr. Mind or Miss Mind, Mrs. Mind, you need to learn a lesson, right? I'm not going to let you lose, right? This is a great opportunity. I want to hear you. This is not you against the mind. Remember, we are working together here. Mind, you are suffering. Let me help you overcome your suffering. So talk to me. So you need to do a counseling session with your mind. Mind, talk to me. Why are you asking for that cake when you're not hungry? That's right. So your mind, that's right. So the mind says, well, of course, cake, it's cake. What do you mean, why are you asking for it? It's cake. So I said, no, talk to me. Let's talk sense. Don't talk to me nonsense, just talk sense. Well, cake because it's yummy. Which bit of the cake is yummy? Where's yummy in the cake? Now you start asking questions from your mind. Now, you don't need to speak it out loud. Right? In your mind, this is a mental reflection. You could be watching TV, but in your mind's busy. The images are just shifting about on your television screen, but your mind is doing something else. This is why sometimes, at the end of these meditation sessions, like Guru Handra always asks us to give practical advice to the candidates who come along for the sessions. And one of the things I always remind myself to say is, when you get back home, the people that you will have left home when you came here will expect you to behave in the same way that you went, that when you left home. They won't, if you had watched TV with them, they'll expect you to watch TV with them. So if you go back home and say, you know what, I don't want to watch TV anymore because I have no more attraction to, no more attachment to it, then there's going to be a problem. There's going to be conflict. Why? Because they enjoy your presence, they enjoy your companionship, and they want you to watch TV with them. So, what can you do then? Sit in front of the TV, let your eyes watch the TV, your mind can do your contemplation. How many times have you sat in front of something and completely gone into a mind world? So, you can do it now. Let your eyes watch the TV and let your mind do its own contemplation. So, ask the mind, right, on the way home, I saw that advert, or I saw a pizza, or some other item of food, and, why did your mouth start watering? Ask the mind, why did that happen? Any moment where you might have experienced pleasure throughout the day are moments where you must contemplate. Because pleasure is the problem here. Remember, although we talk about suffering, right? Buddhism, it talks a lot about suffering, but we talk about suffering in a very different place to what a lot of other philosophies, every other philosophy literally talks about suffering. Other philosophies talk about suffering where the pain is obvious. But that's not where Buddhism talks about suffering. Buddhism talks about suffering where the pleasure is obvious. Because the problem is sensing pleasure. Because of the sense of pleasure, that's where attachment arises. And it's that attachment that leads you to suffering. So there's no point talking about the end result, which is suffering. We're not in the business of treating the result. We are in the business of treating the causes. So, whenever you find these moments, right, let's say the commute to work. Now, when I used to travel back as a layperson on the tube, right, what I would do is either I would listen to the sermons, or I would just sit down and contemplate. I'd ask my mind, right, mind, okay, let's talk. Imagine you have your best friend with you. If you had your best friend with you, what are the things you would talk to them about? You have your mind with you. So your friend would most probably tell, Macha, I have this problem. Can you help me with it? Right? This is what your friend might talk to you about. I have a problem with a girl, I have a problem with money, I have a problem at home, I have a problem at work. So your friend will talk to you about the problems that he or she has. Well, now you have your mind with you. And so let your mind speak. Ask your mind, what problems do you have? So the mind will tell you, so I have an attachment to cake. I have an attachment to sweetness. I have an attachment to cuddly little babies. Whenever I see a cuddly child, I can't control myself. I want to cuddle it, I want to hold it, I want to press it, I want to kiss it. Right? I want to do all these things to a baby when I see one. All of those are defilements. Because you seek pleasure, experiences in such indulgences. So let your mind talk and help your mind out. Because ultimately, unless and until you help your mind work out these problems, it's going to be suffering. So this is what you do as contemplation. So in response to your question, madam, in day-to-day life, is lay life, right? Whenever you find an opportunity, now you have something to do, something worthwhile to do. Before you had the Dhamma, You had something worthless to do. Right? When you had a spare moment, you started thinking, where can I go on holiday next? Or you started thinking about, that girl I saw yesterday. She had lovely hair. I wonder where she got that from. I should go to the same salon. This is what you used to think about. While or worthless? Worthless. Oh, guys, right? See that car? Nice car. I wonder how much it is. Or you go on the bus, you see a house. I wonder how much that house costs. Can I buy one for myself? How can I make one for myself? I like the way that they've done the cladding and this and that and that. The paint, it really matches. So I need to get one of those. This is abhisankara. Worthless. Means to an end. Nothing else. But now you have something worthwhile to do. So really, right? Really. For someone who has gotten the Dhamma, being alone is a blessing. To be alone is a remarkable gift. Why? It's a time for you to contemplate, reflect, help your mind out, because really you are never alone. You've got your mind with you. But whereas someone who has not gotten the Dhamma, for them, they'll quickly feel bored if they're alone. Why? Where does boredom come in from? The mind is seeking Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana because they are pleasurable, joyful and essential, and it has to come from the outside world. So either I have to keep thinking of memories I had, the girls I saw, the things I used to do, the things I used to eat, right? All these things, and bring it back into the present moment and relive those experiences. Or even better would be to have someone else with me to keep talking to me about their experiences. What do a lot of old people, right? When they're old and their children don't care about them much. There are some nursing homes where they hire people. Right? Some nursing homes, some care homes, they hire people to do nothing other than come to the nursing home and sit down and talk to the residents. Just talk to them. Just talk to them about how did your day go, Annie? How are you today, darling? Shall we play a game? Would you like to watch some TV? Can I get you a cup of tea? And they share stories about their life. And they exchange, right, stories. Keep them engaged. For as long as you seek pleasure in Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana, you will always want to be engaged with someone else, something else. But the day you realize none of these things actually bring me pleasure, the only thing that attachment ever brought me was pain and suffering, now you will yearn for alone time. Being alone is the best thing you can have. Why? When you're alone, there's ample time to contemplate, because no distractions. No one wants, when you're alone, then no one's demanding your attention. You've got a bigger thing to do. The day, once you become an arahant, spend all the time you want with everyone else out there. But until then, you have a very important task at hand. Who do you need to help? Yourself. You need to help yourself. Why? Who else is going to do it? You need to help yourself. To help yourself, you need to be with yourself, not with someone else. Be with yourself, to help yourself, to cure yourself, to heal yourself. And the only medicine is the Dhamma. So that is what contemplation is. That is the practice of meditation. This is why we say you don't have to be seated, you don't have to be standing or walking. You can do it in any posture you want. Why? What do you need? You and the mind. In other words, the mind. Why? Is the mind helping the mind redeem itself from the demons. So that's all you need. You have all the tools you need at your disposal. You don't need another thing until, when the Dhamma, you have to become a Sotapanna first to be able to do this. Otherwise, you don't know what to reflect on. Otherwise, Anicca Dukkha Anatta are simply words. Anicca dukkha, anicca dukkha, anicca. That's not going to get you anywhere. But the day you become a Sotapanna, that's the day where the meaning behind the words anicca dukkha really sink in. Now you no longer need a teacher, because the Dhamma is now your teacher. The Dhamma that you have comprehended, the Dhamma that you have understood is your teacher. So you have your teacher with you 24/7 now. Until then you had to go looking for a teacher. Now your teacher is with you. So teacher and student are together. Now what the student has to do is take lessons from the teacher and help himself or help herself. Solve the problem. So this is why I say, get yourself a timetable and find the time where really you can be alone. Because when you're with someone, it's difficult to do this. Because they'll always want your time, they'll want to interact with you, right? That's humans are like that, right? They want companionship, they always want to talk with. Think about it, even if you're waiting for someone, you're at someone's office waiting to see the doctor or whatever, what does the person next to you start to do? Talk to you. They'll have a conversation, it might just be about the weather. Even if it's something so irrelevant, they'll still want to start a conversation. Because there's nothing worse to them than boredom and being by themselves. People are so worried and so fearful about being by themselves. A lot of people, particularly as old age approaches, will begin to fear. One of the main reasons why people fear old age is because they're going to be left alone. Why? Because others will not find their companionship interesting anymore. And again, the reason for that is because they can no longer get the Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana they want from this old person. Why? Because they no longer look as good as they used to. What if there was an Archie who looks just like she used to look at the age 25? I don't think she'd have any problem with boredom. She'll have plenty of companionship. But unfortunately, that's not the case. When you become an Archie and you go 85, 90, then nobody wants to be around you. Because you've lost your good looks. Good, conventional, right? Good looks. You don't sound as sweet anymore. Yes, you've lost your mind. You don't know what you're talking about. No connection between the first and the second sentence. Right? So the person that's trying to have a conversation with you, they came to talk to you to relieve themselves of vexation. But every time they talk to you, they end up in more vexation than they started. So now what they want to do is actually spend as little time with you as possible. Therefore, when everyone starts to do that, you become left alone. I remind my father every day he comes here. Apati, one day, because he's someone who likes companionship. He still does. So I keep warning him, the day is going to come to you. The reason that he can't leave home and come and settle down in Sri Lanka is because he yearns for companionship with Amma and Malli. So he wants to be with them. He's retired now, but he still wants to be with them. So he says, go work until they return home. His day is miserable. How sad. When he doesn't have to be. So sad. This is why I say, the only refuge you have is the Dhamma. If you don't take the Dhamma, you'll all be in the same position, the same situation. So please don't find yourself in that situation. People need companionship so that they can get sight, sound, smell, taste and touch from the other person. Sight, sound, smell, taste and touch bring along with it Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. As long as the mind is attached to it, the mind will be yearning for it, dying for it, begging for it. And one day will come, you'll keep, but no one will be generous enough to give it to you. That day, your mind will start starving. And then, really, how does everyone die? They starve to death. What starves to death? The mind starves to death. The body can be well fed, well looked after, but the mind starves to. You don't have to be in that position. You don't have to be in that situation. Because you have a cure for it. Right now, your mind, whenever your mind goes starvation, you open your eyes. And then baby Natasha, you open your ears and baby Natasha is fed. You open your nose and tongue, you stick out your tongue, put your arms out and baby Natasha is fed. So then the baby stops crying. But a moment later the baby starts crying again, starving. And then again you open your eyes, your ears, your nose, your tongue, your body, and again the baby is fed. But one day you won't be able to feed the baby. Then the baby will starve to death. What a sad death. So help yourself. You need time for that. As a monk I have all the time because I don't have the duties and responsibilities that I used to have. I don't have the same commitments that I used to have, and besides, the only commitments I have now are to talk to you, give you, help you out, and to help you in your spiritual practice, which is great for me because every time I talk to you, I am reflecting on the Dhamma. I can actually, I'm only giving you 50% of what's coming in my mind. So when I give you 50, I get 100. So great, it's win and double win. What I want you all to do is to find the time. To find the time, you have to get yourself a timetable. So I emphasize again at the end of this sermon, please get yourself a timetable. Okay. So the meditation process is what the lady is asking to explain briefly. Meditation is nothing but contemplation. It's to reflect. Okay? The redo our reflection is the first question to ask ourselves. Why do we reflect? Why do we contemplate? And for that we have to, of course, understand it's attachment that brings us suffering. Right? So we've covered that in previous sermons, and we begin to understand, you understand that attachment is what leads us to suffering. Meditation is the way we help our mind to extinguish attachment, to remove attachment, to detach. Meditation is the way we help our mind to detach. What we meditate is the Dhamma. It's the application of the Dhamma to all the places that you're attached. I think I've given you the example previously of a bar of soap and washing your dirty linen. Without a bar of soap, without detergent, you can't wash your linen. You need soap for that. The soap is the Dhamma. Meditation is applying the soap. So once you have gotten the soap, once you know that I have a detergent that is powerful enough to start washing away the dirt in my linen, you take that bar of soap and now you start brushing it on the cloth. Now you might have to do it several times. You might have to keep doing it for a year, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 5, maybe all your life. But what matters is you doing it. So likewise, what you do is you take the Dhamma, the Anicca Dukkha Anatta, whereas the cause for attachment is what we are trying to eradicate, because it's a case of cause and effect. You can't treat attachment, you can only treat ignorance. Because ignorance is what leads you to attachment. Treat the cause, the effects will look after itself. Right? So go back to the root of attachment, that is ignorance. What is ignorance? Seeing this world as being pleasurable, joyful and essence-full, as in Nitya, Sukha, Atta. And then we talked about what is this world that we talk of. We think of the world as being sight, sound, smell, taste and touch, but ultimately when it comes down to the most basic level, we are talking about Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. It's these 5 things we call the 5 aggregates that the mind is attached, the mind attaches itself to. So now you need to use the Dhamma to detach the mind from Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. Not cleanse the mind of Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana, simply detach. The mind can still associate Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana without the attachment. Attachment is what brings you suffering, not rupa, not vedana, not sanya, not sankhara, not vijnana. Attachment is what brings you suffering. So the only way to remove attachment is to use the Dhamma. Why are we attached? It's because we find the five as being pleasurable. How did we find it as being pleasurable? Because we got that view from someone that they were pleasurable a long time back. It doesn't matter when it happened. In samsara, at some point in samsara, right? We got this view that they are pleasurable. And the moment that we were indoctrinated with this view, our mind started vexing. Why? If something's good and you don't have it, what do you want to do next? Get hold of it. It's good. You don't have it. So what do you need to do now? Go find it. Get hold of it. That is a vexatious process, a vexatious state of mind. To relieve yourself of that vexation, now you go start looking for it. So to get Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankhara Vijnana, the only way you can get it is through your eyes, nose, tongue, body. You have to open these senses, which bring you sight, sound, smell, taste, touch. In the mind, they are translated to Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankhara Vijnana. Right? This is what you're attached to. Now when you begin to understand that actually no, it's not them that brought pleasure, it's ultimately relief from the vexation that brought you pleasure. Reflecting and contemplating on that is what meditation is. The more you reflect on it, the more you contemplate on it, this attachment or the linkages between the mind and the aggregates start to disappear. Then the Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankhara Vijnana will remain, the mind will remain, the only thing that will be gone is the attachment. With tanha gone, there will be no more suffering. No more suffering is one who is free from all suffering, and that's a pure one or a noble one, as an arahant. So that is the path to salvation. So, continue your practice. Keep doing it as often as possible, as many times as possible, throughout the day if you can, right? Depends, because you all will have different timetables, you'll all have different duties and responsibilities and obligations. But no matter what, find the time. And I don't think there's any one of you who can't find 15 minutes per day. This is why I said 15, bare minimum. Anything more than that has to be a self-driven investment. I'm not going to ask you to put in any more than 15. If you do the 15 every day, I won't have to ask you to do half an hour. You will feel the need to do it, and then you will do it out of your own account. But start with the 15 and do it every day without giving up. I promise you, folks, if you do as I say, you will reap the fruit. But you have to do it. I can't do it for you. Okay. Right. So we will chant the Arya Maitri, transfer merits, and bring the sermon to an end. I think it's in Sinhala today, if I'm not mistaken. Mamada siyalu loka siyalu satvayo sansara dahayan midatva sansara rogayan midatva sansara ginnen midatva sansara anduren midatva Nibbana parama sukhayen sukhitatar vetva Nibbana parama sukhayen sukhitatar vetva Nibbana parama sukhayen sukhitatar vetva Mamada siyalu loka siyalu satvayo raga bandhanayen midatva dvesha bandhanayen midatva moha bandhanayen midatva Nibbana parama sukhayen sukhitar vetva. Nibbana parama sukhayen sukhitar vetva. Nibbana parama sukhayen sukhitar vetva. Mamada සියලු ලෝක සියලු සත්වයෝ ජාති ගින්නෙන් මිදෙත්වා ජරා ගින්නෙන් මිදෙත්වා ව්‍යාධි ගින්නෙන් මිදෙත්වා මරණ ගින්නෙන් මිදෙත්වා Nibbana parama sukhayen sukhitar vetva. Nibbana parama sukhayen sukhitar vetva. Nibbana parama sukhayen sukhitar vetva. Mamada සියලු ලෝක සියලු සත්වයෝ ශෝක ගින්නෙන් මිදෙත්වා පරිදේවයෙන් මිදෙත්වා දුක්ඛ ගින්නෙන් මිදෙත්වා දෝමනස්යෙන් මිදෙත්වා උපායාසයෙන් මිදෙත්වා යම්පිච්ඡං ලබති තම්පි දුක්ඛයෙන් මිදෙත්වා සංකිට්ඨේන පංචෝපාදානස්කන්ධයෙන් මිදෙත්වා නිබ්බාන පරම සුඛයෙන් සුඛිතතර වෙත්වා නිබ්බාන පරම සුඛයෙන් සුඛිතතර වෙත්වා නිබ්බාන පරම සුඛයෙන් සුඛිතතර වෙත්වා කාම ලෝක අනාතයි එයින් මිදෙත්වා රූප ලෝක අනාතයි එයින් මිදෙත්වා අරූප ලෝක අනාතයි එයින් මිදෙත්වා සියලු ලෝක අනාතයි එයින් මිදෙත්වා අතහැරීම නාතයි අතහැරීම වෙත්වා නොඇල්ම නාතයි නොඇල්ම වෙත්වා මිදීම නායි මිදීම වෙත්වා නිවනම නාතයි නිවන වෙත්වා නිවන නාතයි නිවනම වෙත්වා නිවනම නාතයි නිවනම වෙත්වා නිවනම නාතයි නිවනම වෙත්වා නිවනම නාතයි නිවනම වෙත්වා නිවනම නාතයි නිවනම වෙත්වා. Okay. So I reminded you to do a few things going forward. Hopefully you won't forget. Hopefully you can do, you should do, and you what do? Will do. Right, 15 minutes. Okay? Make sure you have a timetable. And for those of you who are advanced in that, you can, of course, start to keep track of your time sheeting. But at least start off with a timetable. And then in that timetable, make sure you have set aside time to help yourself. Really, that's all it is. Time to help myself. How much time you have set aside? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. Sunday, of course, you have these sessions. Wednesday, you might come along to the meditation sessions, and Saturday, and so forth. But not everyone will be able to make those commitments. At least 15 minutes every day, I think is not too much to ask for. Because the more 15-minute sessions you put in, the better it is for me. Right? No? Then better it is for whom then? And look, when you do that, you start to spot where you are wasting your time. Where you're wasting your time going up and down, watching TV, right? Talking to your friends for long periods of time. Some people, when you get on the phone, it's like getting on a train. You never know when the train's going to come to a stop. Some people are like that. Don't get into those habits. Walk away from the 70%. Don't fall into that trap. This is time, precious time you're wasting. Once gone, it's gone forever, never to come back. Right? Cut down on the wastage of your life. That's what I'm saying. Budget your time. You budget your money with such skill. It's time to budget your time. Start doing that. If you want to be successful in this journey. Okay. And especially for parents, as I reminded you, put some goals into your children's yearly goals. If they don't have, then they should start to do that now. Right? Find them some material about the Arahants and the Arahat nuns, particularly for the girls. And get them to read about them. If they can't read, then help them. And then find time at least once every 2 weeks, parents. I urge you, sit down with your children and ask them, Puta, talk to me about what Dhamma did you take in over the last week? Did you listen to Swami Mahasaya's sermons? Did you do your 15-minute sessions? Ask them. Our young novice monks at the monastery, they note down every hour they spend at the monastery. The time sheets, we all do it at the monastery. Every hour that is spent, we account for. And then at the end of the week, each monk will go up to their senior monk, and then they'll have to explain and account for why did you waste your time there. We do it every week. This is how serious we are about what we are doing. You're living a lay life. It's going to be 100 times more difficult. So what do you think you ought to do? Not bother? No. If it's 100 times more difficult, then you should be putting in 100 times more effort into this. That's the reality that I'm saying. Start small. At least do this. Don't wish it was easier. Wish you were better. Don't wish for less problems. Wish for more skills. Okay. Let's transfer merits and resources. First and foremost, it is once again remind ourselves that it is because of the oneness and oneness of whom we enlightenment the perfect thing that we have the gift of Dhamma today. It is because of His infinite compassion and infinite dedication and commitment towards samsara, towards the liberation of all sentient beings that includes you and I, that we have the gift of Dhamma today, this teaching. To help us unshackle ourselves from samsara. It is also because of the Bhikkhu Bhikkhunis, Upasaka Upasikas who, since time immemorial, dedicated their time and their lives on some occasions to protecting and preserving the Dhamma and passing down the Tripitaka in its current form, all the way down to us so that we are today able to reflect on the Dhamma, to practice, to study, to analyze, and to comprehend the teaching. May they rejoice in the merits that we have all acquired today, as well as all the Bhikkhus and the Bhikkhunis, the members of the Mahasangha who may be wherever in the world they may be. These are men and women who have dedicated their lives to practicing the path as well as propagating the Buddha's teaching for the liberation and the benefit of all of humanity. May they all be able to rejoice in the merits that we have all acquired today, not forgetting for a moment about the members of the Mahasangha as well as the nuns who are resident in your local temples and in your local nunneries, Although you have come along here today to listen to the Dhamma, do not forget for a moment that it is the monks and nuns in your local temples and nunneries who have always been by your side, who have always been through thick and thin with you, through your good times and bad, as well as they have offered the Dhampasal to your children and so on and so forth. So may they all be able to rejoice in the merits that we have all acquired today. May through the power of these merits, if any of them have today been born in the woeful plains, may they be able to redeem themselves from those woeful plains and be born in the blissful plains. May through the power of these merits they abstain from the unmeritorious deeds, fulfill the deeds, fulfill the noble eightfold path, and attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Let us also take a moment to transmit to the Devas, Brahmas, spirits, demons, and the dead. Wherever there may be any being in samsara who might have helped, shaped our lives for the better, helped us in any way, shape or form, may they all be rejoiced in the merits that we have all acquired today. If any of them have today been born in the woeful plains, may through the power of these merits they will redeem themselves and be born in blissful plains. May through the power of these merits they abstain from the unmeritorious deeds, fulfill the meritorious deeds, fulfill the noble eightfold path, and attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Let us also take a moment to transmit to everyone who will have helped make this event a success, including Guru Swami Nuhanse, as well as all the other resident monks of this monastery, as well as the Anagarikas who are resident at the monastery, as well as all the other lay men and women who will have helped and contributed to the success of this event in any way, shape or form, in whatever capacity, either by inviting you to be here today, by providing you with transport, or perhaps by making the facilities here available and accessible, or perhaps by spreading the word out there over the internet so that it is reachable and accessible to all other people who might not be able to be present here today in person. May they all be able to rejoice in the merits that we have all acquired today. Let us also not forget members of your family who are among the living as of today, who have taken on your duties and responsibilities and such, relieved you of them so that you are able to be today in person, as well as those of your colleagues who work with you, and it is them who have also taken on your duties and responsibilities and as such relieved you of such duties and responsibilities so that you have the freedom of time to be present here today to listen to this, to fulfill the noble eightfold path. So may they all be able to rejoice in the merits that we have all acquired today, as well as those who might have prepared food and drinks to help you sate your hunger and quench your thirst, and therefore make your stay here as comfortable as possible throughout your duration that you have spent here. In whatever capacity, shape or form, anyone and everyone might have contributed to making this event a success, as well as helping and contributing you to be here. May they all be able to rejoice in the merits that we have all acquired today. May through the power of these merits they abstain from the unmeritorious deeds, fulfill the meritorious deeds, fulfill the noble eightfold path, and attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Let us also take a moment to transmit to the members of the armed forces who not only fought a 30-year-long war in Sri Lanka, but also have dedicated themselves as well as their lives to protecting and preserving our nation, particularly in recent times of difficulty throughout the entire nation, as well as members of the police force who will have dedicated themselves to protecting and preserving the harmony of this country. May they all be able to rejoice in the merits that we have all acquired today. It is thanks to them that today you and I are able to today be able to practice the path in peace and harmony despite differences, despite all other problems that might be going on out there. May they all be able to rejoice in the merits that we have all acquired today. Also, any men who might have lost their lives in the war, as well as in recent challenging times in Sri Lanka, be their friend or foe, may they all be able to rejoice in the merits that we have all acquired today. As well as any men and women and children who might have lost their lives in natural calamities such as the tsunamis, landslides, earthquakes, sandstorms, whatever the case might be, not just in Sri Lanka but also in other parts of the world. May they all be able to rejoice in the merits that we have all acquired today, bearing in mind that every man and woman has at one point been a mother to you, has been a father to you, and in this infinite long journey in samsara, countless will be the times where they will have dedicated and sacrificed themselves for your well-being. It is now this opportunity for us to pay back those debts that we owe them, and therefore, reminding and remembering themselves as your mothers and your own fathers, to just take a moment to pass on the merits that we have all acquired to them, as well as those men and women who have dedicated their lives to leading our country, preserving and protecting our nation, as well as developing our nation. It is thanks to them that today you and I are relieved of such duties and responsibilities and are therefore able to be here to practice the path to attain Nibbana. May they all be able to rejoice in the merits that we have all acquired today. May through the power of, if any of them have been born in the woeful planes, be able to redeem themselves and be born in the blissful planes. May through the power of these merits, they abstain from the unmeritorious deeds, fulfill the meritorious deeds, fulfill the noble eightfold path, and attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. And finally, may through the merits that we have all acquired today, throughout this event as well as in preparation for this event from today, in making offerings to the Buddha, the Dhamma and the Sangha, as well as any veneration that you might have directed towards them, in listening to the Dhamma, in preaching the Dhamma, through the power of all these merits, all the men and women just like yourselves spread throughout the world who have dedicated their lives to practicing the Dhamma towards their liberation be able to do so. May through the power of these merits their effort be energized and empowered, and may through them we be able to witness the advent of many hundreds of thousands of Arahatan Wahanses and Arahat Mehenin Wahanses in this blessed land once again and in the very near future. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. And finally, may I, as well as everyone else who will have contributed, helped and shaped to make this event a success, be able to become one of those Arahatan Wahanses, be able to become one of those Arahat Mehenin Wahanses in this very life itself and in the era of the Gautama Supreme Buddha itself. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Members of the Mahasangha will now transfer their blessings to you. Raga ginnen nidatva, desha ginnen nidatva, moha ginnen nidatva, Nibbana parama sukhayen sukhitara vetva. Nibbana parama sukhayen sukhitara vetva. Mamada siyaloka siyalo satvayo. Nibbana parama sukhayen sukhitara vetva. Nibbana parama sukhayen sukhitara vetva. Nibbana parama sukhayen sukhitara vetva. තුනුරුවන්ගේ සුවිසි අනන්ත මහා ගුණ පෙළෙන් සියලු ලෝක සියලු සත්වයෝම නිබ්බාන පරම සුඛයෙන් සුඛිතතර වෙත්වා. Mamada Silu, may I and all beings in all worlds be freed from the fires of desire. May I and all beings in all worlds be freed from the fires of aversion. May I and all beings in all worlds be freed from the fires of delusion. May I and all beings in all worlds be freed from the fires of samsara and attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. May the noble triple gem be with you all forever. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.